It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Shelby, you should be on vacation. What are you doing here? Hi, everybody. Just load up that page, get Proctor here and going. Oof. All right. This one was louder. Let's do this. Stop, because it hasn't started yet. Okay, I'm going to play this real quick. Get everyone up to speed. Ba-dum. Here we go.
And first tonight, we began with the appeal of former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. Proctor is fighting to try and get his job back. Thanks for being here with us, everyone. I'm Colton Bradford.
And I'm Priscilla Casper. Proctor was fired in March for how he handled the Karen Reed investigation, and controversial texts involving Proctor came to light during Reed's first trial. Our Michael Rosenfield is joining us live in Boston tonight. Michael, I understand you spoke with a law enforcement expert. Does he see a path to Proctor winning this appeal?
Priscilla, he says it'll be really difficult for Michael Proctor to get his job back because he acted so unprofessionally. Proctor was here at this building today trying to make it happen.
With his family by his side, Michael Proctor went before the Massachusetts Civil Service Commission as he tries to get reinstated as a Massachusetts State Police trooper.
Michael Proctor himself has admitted, as evidently he must, that his conduct was unprofessional, inappropriate, juvenile, sexist, disgusting, and dehumanizing.
Proctor was the lead investigator in the high-profile Karen Reed case. During the trial, crude text messages he sent about Reed were made public, and he was fired when the trial ended.
Michael Proctor did not commit a crime. Michael Proctor did not violate any specific policy prohibiting personal conduct on a personal phone because there is no specific policy.
Proctor's legal team is arguing he was punished too harshly and he should get his job back. They say he owned up to his mistakes, he's apologized, and was only fired as part of a witch hunt.
Mike Proctor was a very good trooper, an exemplary trooper, a detective who has been made to be a scapegoat as a result of the Mass State Police caving in to public pressure.
I know in the FBI, I know agents had very stellar careers until they didn't, until they did something stupid.
Retired FBI agent Michael Tabman, an expert in law enforcement, says he thinks it's going to be difficult for Proctor to win unless he can prove others who have committed similar violations weren't punished so severely.
As an officer investigating a case, you have to really just stick to the facts. A senior investigator should know better than to say something derogatory about a person they're investigating. So you have to appear to be completely without bias, completely fair. And even though you may have a lot of thoughts running inside your head, you keep them to yourself. And that way you stay out of trouble.
So this will be a very lengthy process. The hearing continues tomorrow, and then we'll pick up again in October. Live in Government Center tonight. Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, Michael, thank you. Stay with our team here at NBC Boston on the air and online for continuing coverage of Michael Proctor's push to get his job back. Or you can also just head to our website at nbc10boston.com or our app to watch day one of his hearing. By the way, tomorrow we will be streaming day two.
All right. And that's where
Live images for you right now from Boston on the bottom right-hand corner, just above the 10. That is former Trooper Michael Proctor. His civil service hearing is now underway as I speak. The former state trooper fighting to get his old job back. Now, Proctor was fired back in March following his handling of the Karen Reed investigation and explicit text messages he sent about Reed to his.
All right. We're not going to listen to that this morning. We're going to let the other gentleman say it. I'm not going to say that. So let me find the live, which is CBS Boston. I'm looking, guys. I'm a looking. Live. No. Nothing's live yet, guys. Still upcoming. Huh. Now, do you guys see about this? I don't even know if I want to play this. We'll do this, maybe do it during break. Open this in a new window. Yeah, we'll play that at a break and keep that to the side. You guys, too early for that for you guys. You guys won't be able to process that this early. It's too much. Oh my goodness. Let's refresh this page. I hope everyone's having a good day. By the way, if you get a second while you're here, before we get going, can you hit the like and subscribe button? I would very much appreciate that. Really would. Membership, can become a member. It's always welcome. I love all my members. Yeah. All right, let's do this. I don't know if you guys are, I may be dating myself, but in the meantime, because this court hasn't started yet. Okay. It's not started. We're going to watch some throwback stuff. You ready for this one? Jim Rice. Remember Jim Rice? Played in the outfield. Great ball player. You ready? Here we go.
Look out. Ooh. He got Rice's shoulder. Now
Here
Jimmy's going
Rice.
out. Rice is going out.
Ready,
Rice
Bob,
is going to hit
ready,
on the
where
wrist.
they can.
Here come both teams.
Here they
We
go.
got a brouhaha.
One of the umpires tackling Rice, pulling him away from the scene.
And Bobby Cox, right in the middle of it, is going to straighten it out. Say, you hit one of my guys, throw it another, brush him back, and we come close to you and nick you on the shoulder, and you come out charging my pitcher.
Ain't going to happen.
All four umpires very alertly. Ken Kaiser, a former professional wrestler, has Jim Rice from the back and just pinned his arms to his side.
That's no contest when Kaiser's got you.
It will be interesting now if in the judgment of the home plate umpire, Barnett, if in his judgment he cannot read minds, Steve intensely threw at Rice, Steve is out of the ball game. Apparently he says, and it was not intentional.
Yeah.
Hey, we've had a little excitement. Dale Ford now getting a new ball for Steve. The count was 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Steve just has a fastball run inside. Watch Rice take this pitch. He almost ducks into it. It got his shoulder, maybe even the bill of his helmet. He was really diving into the ball. And he comes up, as Barnett says, it hit him. You've got first base. And Jimmy Rice says, look out. Rice, a couple of years ago, got hit on the wrist. He missed part of a World Series, in fact.
Imagine that. Remember that, guys? I don't know if you guys remember that. You probably don't remember that. Maybe before your time. Maybe. Right? Yeah. Prayers. Just need prayers. Please. That's all. Just prayers. Mike's doing good. He just needs prayers. That's all. Jim Rice was good, man. Those were the days. Remember them days? And then this. You can't forget this. You can't do that without this.
3 ALCS. We're tied at 2. Posada gets walked. Scared he's going to get hit. Ball that's high in the zone. And you can see Pedro right here go,
yeah,
what? And something bad about his mother. So he had to do this to defend himself. So in the retelling, everyone's just talking. It's like, wait, whoa, what? The cop is quick to help out Zim. Zim quick to get back to his knees. Pedro's thinking, oh, shit. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. They're like, we got to get you in hiding. We got to get you out of here.
Yeah.
And the whole fight, what happened?
Yeah. Man, you guys remember that, right? Remember when the Bruins went in the stands? Or am I really dating myself? I know it, right? All right. Still not there. I can put it up in the thing here. The Bruins went in the stands and they started friggin' Yep. Sweet. Dave, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Styling one. It's good seeing you again. And here we are. We wait. And now we wait. See what else we can pull up. No, it's all good. Yeah. Let's do. I'd love to go to a game with you guys. That would be a lot of fun. Really would. Let me know. Let's do this. Let's see what the schedule says. All right. Pirates. Look at this. Pokemon Go night. Cape Verde celebration. Kids run the bases. There you go. It's a good night. Nope, it's a day game. 1:35. Kids get to run the bases. Okay, continue. So that's happening. Yes, definitely need to learn to cook. Definitely on my plans. Oh, I can't plan stuff like that. I forgot. All right, Red Sox. What are they doing in September? Everyone's in school, right? There we go. September. The Yankees. Hmm. 4 o'clock game on a Saturday. How much are them tickets? Do I dare even ask what they're going to charge for them tickets? $164. Yeah, no. No. I'll take my bleacher seats. Athletics. How is that a 1:35 game on the 18th? Is that a holiday, anybody? No? Donkey and Avier doing great. They were here yesterday. I'm just looking right. All right, the A's tickets are $20. There we go. Starting at $20. So if you do like the $40 tickets, and that's here we go. For whole right hand side, you get left hand behind. Nothing. Okay. Over here. Yeah. Anything you want. So you click on like the seats and you can look at the pricing. Nice. Okay. So that is Thursday the 18th. Try and find something I can bring my nephews to at the same time. 6:45 game, getting into Boston. I guess it wouldn't be too bad. No, I don't want that. Continue. I just kicked myself out. That's nice, huh? Yeah. What's this? Yeah, no memory. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Um, that is that. Is that. Yeah. Now let me go back to that live streaming that hasn't even started yet. Come on now. Share screen. Live streaming. Boom. Hi, Shauna. All right. Let me pull up some pictures for you guys. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like. Um, no. All right. So, um, so I walked in on my brother yesterday, right? And he's got a microscope that's connected to a TV screen, a monitor, so that when you do stuff, when you're working on stuff, you can look at the TV screen and work under the microscope. And we're talking about, well, I'm going to show you. But underneath the keyboard are these little, two little plastic pieces that snap together. And I gotta send these pictures to myself. They snap together, and they're just pieces of plastic. I mean, if you stepped on it, you'd break it. If you tried to bend it, it would break. This freaking kid fixed it. I'm shocked. I'm utterly shocked at him. Hold on. And if you guys know what security bits are, I have some. So the security bits are If you look at the tip of the screw, it looks like you can't put a screwdriver in it or Phillips in it and stuff like. It's made so you can't. Those are security screws. I got a kit that will just got like every security bit made to man. Where is it? Come on. Refresh. We're still in a hold pattern here, people. Sorry. That's civil service. They're not coming through. I don't understand. Close. 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 See if I can close my windows today. Yesterday, there was a big issue with that. Don't need that. This I can refresh. No one's playing it. Everyone's got the same thing up. We should talk to Will. I wonder, can we do that? I wonder. I could do that, I bet. If I do this later, YouTube. I think I can do this. Where are you, Will? Live. There you are.
That some way, maybe they buckle and fucking confess or something.
All right.
Anything. Now we know that's not going to happen, but I'm saying, like, it seems naive, but at the same time, it also seems almost irresponsible to not have hope.
Hold on, guys.
Knowing that these people
Not
are walking
Chrome.
around, knowing what
Where
they're getting
is it?
away with right now. But the thing is,
Hold on. Where are you, Will?
this federal investigation
All right.
here, it's brought
I
up,
see
and then
you
this
now.
person on the Massachusetts State Police even acknowledged
share.
that the federal investigation was over. But still, I have nothing substantial
It won't let me.
to tell me that this federal investigation
Damn it.
is over.
I tried.
There's nothing
guys.
substantial to tell
I
me.
got
that.
Will. There's nothing going on.
You know what I mean? Like, where did we hear that this was over? We heard it from Helena Rafferty. We heard.
Okay. Yeah. I tried connecting to Will, and it didn't happen. StreamYard won't let me put his StreamYard up on this. It knows for whatever reason. It doesn't even give me the option to look at the window. Oh, good morning, Amy. So, is this other stuff coming through yet? Let me open this stuff because this stuff is good. I can talk about this other stuff. T. There they are. Okay. Okay, can't play that video. Thank you. Okay. This, why won't it play? Nope. Save it. Download. Oh, hold on. We're here. Yippee-ki-yay. They're not, the sound will come in a second, guys. But thank God. Here we are. And that's still in Massachusetts. Yeah, it'll be quick. It'll be quick. But now it's time to like and subscribe. Thumbs up button up there works good. We appreciate it. Much a lot. So yeah, I was spending some time here at a computer store that I opened back in 1997. Walked in and my brother was doing the most amazing thing. He was fixing this little plastic little piece of a keyboard. Yeah, he fixed it. Amazing. Well, guy blows my mind every time. But I took a lot of pictures while I was there. There we go. Here we go. This is good. Oh, Dave, that's a freaking job, man. That's a job.
Good morning. I am Angela McConney, a commissioner for the Massachusetts Civil Service Commission. With me today is Rob Quinnen, the general counsel for the commission. The time is approximately 9:30 a.m. This is the second day of hearing held in person at the offices of the Civil Service Commission located at 100 Cambridge Street in Boston, Massachusetts. Additional days of hearing are scheduled for later this year on October 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. We're continuing from yesterday with the appellant's cross-examination of the respondent's witness, Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer. Mr. Moynihan?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, DLP. So I just wanted to go back to our appellant's exhibit 19, which is APP 0107, first of all.
Correct?
Correct.
I'm there, sir.
All right. And so what we had there, sir, was a June 26th to from, as you call it, from you to Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And we asked you yesterday what the purpose of this was, and I think we sort of characterized it as potential violations, and you told us that you were spitballing about potential charges, correct?
I wouldn't use the term spitballing, but yes, it was the possible violations.
I think
yes.
I asked you about spitballing.
You did.
You agreed with me.
You did.
Okay. And so in this, you told us also that you're not responsible for the ultimate charges in these cases, are you?
Correct.
And that's up to someone else.
It is.
And who's that someone else?
Again, I'm not part of the process. It's the leadership in DST, along with the legal section, I believe.
Colonel Shoemaker?
He would be part of that process, yes.
And so you're drafting this email, I'm sorry, this to from before the mistrial and the relief of duty. And you are highlighting and potential charges, correct?
Correct.
But why would you do that if you're not responsible for the ultimate charges?
So again, I'm not responsible for the ultimate charges, but part of my job is to identify possible violations that directs my invest into what violations I should be looking at.
Right. And in here, you mentioned 5.23, which we went over yesterday, was dissemination, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with that, correct?
I don't believe he was.
And you also highlighted and mentioned admin 18, bias policing, et cetera, correct?
The admin 47 for bias policing, yes.
Yes. And he wasn't charged with that either, was he?
So I'm not positive, but I don't believe he was, no.
Okay. Now, you're aware, sir, are you not, that Michael Proctor was ultimately charged with unsatisfactory performance?
Yes, sir.
You didn't mention that in your to from, did you?
I don't believe I did, no. No, sir.
All right, so somebody else came up with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we discussed yesterday that we had some discussions early on, whether it was on the day of the duty status hearing or immediately thereafter, about getting Michael in for an interview pretty quickly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that nobody told you that you had to hurry this case up.
That is correct.
And in the normal course of an investigation, you would normally do interviews of witnesses first before a subject, correct?
If there were witnesses to interview, correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that a trooper is entitled to an interview as per policy, correct?
Yes.
And a trooper is entitled to an interview as per the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, he's entitled to an interview per those two sources before any conclusions are reached on an investigation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your report, well, let me back up. First of all, after you conclude your investigation, you prepare a report, correct?
I do.
And that report is done after you've interviewed witnesses, if it calls for it, and the subject, correct?
The final copy is yes.
Because the subject might be able to offer important facts in the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And mitigating factors.
Yes, sir.
And it's actually a matter of due process, isn't it, sir, that a subject should be allowed to be interviewed before conclusions are reached about an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And we saw yesterday under the policy that the subject of an opioid investigation is entitled to all constitutional protections, correct?
Correct.
And all collective bargaining protections, correct?
Correct.
And could you turn, sir, to Appellant's Exhibit 52, APP 0336?
What was the page number again, sir?
APP 0336.
I'm there, sir.
Okay. So I think we went through this a little bit yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is the general order, essentially the rules for our OPIA, Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on page 2, it describes the procedure for opiate cases, correct?
It does.
And the normal process is that you prepare a report on the investigation for DST, correct?
Correct.
And we said yesterday, DST is the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's the division that you're part of.
It is.
And in your report, you provide supporting facts for each allegation, correct?
Correct.
And then a classification of the complaint, correct?
Yes.
And so the report is done after the investigation's finished, right?
Yes, sir.
And the findings, your findings, are presented in the report after the investigation is finished, correct?
Correct.
And so any sustained findings that you make would only be presented in the report after your investigation is finished, correct?
Correct.
And this investigation would include the interview of the subject, correct?
It would.
And it says in here again, and I don't want to repeat myself too often, but the report is submitted to the colonel of the DST, who is Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker at the time of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker is the designee of the colonel, of Colonel Mott, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so in the normal course of events, you would conduct your full investigation, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Interviewing the subject, witnesses, and you'd prepare a report,
Yes, sir.
and then you'd present it to Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And you'd have findings and conclusions.
Yes.
And after the report is finished and it's sent to Colonel Shoemaker, fair to say that the report is then reviewed by Colonel Shoemaker
Yes, sir.
and the legal department?
Yes, sir.
And in the normal course of events, if I'm the attorney for the trooper, then that report gets sent to me with a recommendation, correct?
That is correct.
And many times, negotiations take place between myself and the department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a matter of fact, it's a small percentage of cases, is it not, where we have to go to a trial board?
So I couldn't speak to that, but that's my
Your
understanding.
experience?
Yes.
Could you, sir, go to Exhibit 27, Appellant's Exhibit 27, which is APP 0131.
Yes, sir.
All right, you there?
I am.
Okay, and so on APP 0131, we have an email, correct?
We do.
And that's from you to me?
Correct.
And that's dated Friday, July 12th at 3:22 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Friday afternoon. And you have attachments, subject, the second one is Trooper Proctor subject call-in letter, correct?
On the email page.
I'm looking at the email.
Yes, yes.
And then your email is, good afternoon, Dan. Attached to this email is the subject call-in letter for Trooper Proctor for 7/19/24, correct?
Correct.
I've attached transcripts we received from the court, as well as a summary I created. Let me know if you have any questions. If not, have a good weekend. Kevin, correct?
Correct.
So you sent me that on Friday afternoon on 7/12 at 3:22 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Who is Suzanne Caravaggio?
She is the department prosecutor.
Do you work hand in hand with her?
I work with her, yes.
And are you or are you not aware, sir, that Suzanne Caravaggio, as the department prosecutor, was trying to schedule a trial board with me on the morning of July 12th before we even agreed to an interview date?
I was not aware at that time, though.
Okay, fair enough. Were you aware that Suzanne called me on Friday afternoon to discuss that?
No.
That same Friday afternoon?
I am not, no.
Were you aware of my email back to Suzanne on the following Monday, the 15th, concerning the irregularities of this?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough. It's still your testimony, though, sir, that nobody at the department told you to rush this case along?
That is correct.
Zach, can I have, it's at 29, why don't you give me all 29, 30, Could you, DLT, turn to Exhibit 29, please? Zach, 30, 35.
Yes, sir.
Are you there? So Exhibit 29, APP 0140. You with me there?
What was the page number again?
APP 0140.
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is an email from you, correct?
Yes,
And it's to Bruce O'Rourke.
it is.
Who's Bruce O'Rourke?
At the time, he was the OPIA unit commander.
He's one of your bosses?
Yes,
The date of this is Thursday, July 11th of 24, correct?
yes,
And the time is 3:57 p.m., correct?
yes,
And the attachments are Proctor IAS 2024-0014 report draft, ... correct?
yes,
And so this is addressed to Captain and Goose, correct?
yes,
Captain is O'Rourke.
it is.
Who's Goose?
Goose is DLT John Goslin.
Okay, that's his nickname,
It is, yes.
all right? And so your email says, on July 11th, attached is the draft report for IAS 240014, correct?
Yes,
Please review and let me know any suggestions, corrections, changes. It has not been peer reviewed yet. For the interest of time in being able to submit it tomorrow. Goose, if you could look at it too, make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you, Kevin. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so this is a draft of the final report that you're sending to Captain and Goose, correct?
I don't believe it's the draft of my final report. It was the draft at the time.
Correct. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Yes,
It is
yes.
a draft of a proposed report,
Correct.
correct? And you're sending it on July 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
8 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Correct.
3 days after his duty status hearing.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that as of July 11th, DLT, you're not finished with your investigation?
I'm not.
And you make the statement that it has not been peer reviewed yet. What does that mean?
So prior to us submitting a final report, when I read a report, it gets submitted to a peer for another set of eyes to look at it to see if anything was missed.
Okay. And you state for the interest of time and being able to submit tomorrow. What did you mean by that?
I can't speak that probably for another review. At that time, I can't speak to what I meant by that. The invest wasn't done yet, so I don't know why we'll submit. I assume it was to submit it for a peer review.
Well, don't the words for the interest of time suggest that this was a priority?
This case was a priority.
And don't the words for the interest of time suggest that somebody might have told you, hurry this case along?
No, sir.
You just wrote those words.
I did, sir.
And so this document has 8 pages, correct? The draft report.
Yes, sir.
And on page 6, you have conclusions, correct?
I do.
So you had conclusions already drafted on page 6, 8 days before Michael Proctor's interview, correct?
As a draft, but I
got
believe,
you.
if I could,
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe I also, and somewhere in one of the emails, I specified that any conclusions that I drew was based on information that I knew at the time, and was pending the results of Trooper Proctor's interview.
Okay. You said you wrote that somewhere?
I did.
Has that been produced to us? Not right now. But in any event, sir,
For the record, this was turned in, over. I apologize. I apologize.
All right, what did you just give to Mr. Martin?
A courtesy copy of an email he already has, that was produced in the same production that the department gave to counsel for the appellant as part of its full production prior to August 12th as ordered by the commission. This is a courtesy copy because I suspected Attorney Moynihan was going to go here and attempt to misrepresent the record. This is an attempt to correct the record. May I approach?
Mr. Moynihan, we would admit this into the record.
Do you have time to read it?
I'm sorry?
Do you have time to read it?
I quickly just read it. There is an email. I don't have, I can move on.
Right, I'm just saying, do you want to submit it? You want
No,
to do that later?
I don't wish to submit it.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold on to this for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
DLT, I've asked you a number of questions, factual questions here this morning about this draft, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have I misrepresented anything to you?
Nope.
Thank you. Now, on the draft, it's dated August 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was the significance of August 14th?
So if I could, it's actually dated August 14th, 2025.
Yeah, right.
Which would have been about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I can only surmise, but this was probably a Word document. The Word documents I use auto update the date field. So I assume that that was the date that this document was printed. That is not the date that I drafted that letter.
And was there any significance to August 14th of 24?
Not that I can recall, sir.
But in any event, you do have conclusions on page 6, right?
Correct.
And they take 3 pages.
They do.
Now, could you look at Exhibit 30, please?
Yes, sir.
And we have on APP 0150 an email from you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's from you, correct?
It is.
To Suzanne Caravaggio.
Yes, yes,
the
it is.
Department prosecutor, right?
Yes.
And also copied to Bruce O'Rourke, the captain.
Yes.
And the date of this is Friday, July 12, 2024, 10:33 a.m., Friday morning.
Correct.
Same day. And you say to Suzanne, attached is the draft report for IAS 240014 for your review. Thank you, Kevin. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think you told us you were not aware that Suzanne was trying to schedule the trial board already on that day.
Correct.
And this is 8 pages, correct?
It is.
And again, you have conclusions already made, correct?
I do.
And why are you sending it to Suzanne?
It's normal process to have multiple people look at a report to, again, find any missing elements or something that needs to be addressed.
Is it normal process to send her a draft of a report before the subject's been interviewed?
It's not unnormal or abnormal.
How many times have you done that?
I can't put a number on it, sir, but I'm sure I've done it multiple times.
When was the last time you did it?
I couldn't speak to that, sir.
Michael Proctor's case?
It could have been.
Could you go to 31, please, which is APP 00160?
I'm there, sir.
All right, and so we have here an email from Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
Yes, sir.
To you.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Subject Proctor.
Correct.
Date Friday, again, it was a busy day, wasn't it?
A lot of emails, sure.
Friday, July 12, 2024 at 12:46 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the attachment is Proctor, case number, report, ... correct?
Yes, sir.
And Suzanne says to you, Kevin, please see the attached draft report with edits. Thanks, Suzanne, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing I have to ask you about is on the first page of this, now the report's 9 pages, correct?
Yes, it is.
And again, this is 7 days before Michael Proctor's interview, correct?
Yes.
And so on the first page of the report with edits, the date is changed by somebody, correct?
Again, I believe that's the auto update feature because it's again changed to August 14th, 2025.
Okay. Do you know what date originally was on these documents?
It appears it was July 12th, 2024.
And so in any event, she makes additional edits to the report, correct?
She does.
And it now becomes 9 pages.
Correct.
And this is a week before Michael's interview, correct?
Correct. I believe it went to 9 pages though, because when Suzanne looks at it, she uses what's called track changes.
Yeah.
So the bulk of her edits have to do with grammar or spacing. So when you make the track changes, it doesn't take out what was originally written. It just puts her recommendations in there. So that's why it makes the document longer.
Could you go to Exhibit 32, please, sir? Appellant's Exhibit, which is APP 0171.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
All right, so this is another email from Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
It is.
To Kevin Dwyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And its subject is Proctor, draft charge outline, correct?
It is.
And the date of it is Friday, July 12th, 24, again, correct?
Correct.
12:49 p.m.
Correct.
3 minutes after she sent you her draft report with edits, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And this is 4 days after the duty status hearing where Michael was suspended without pay, correct?
Correct.
And it was 7 days before the interview.
Correct.
And she's sending you a charge outline, correct?
For potential charges, yes.
So is it fair to say that Suzanne Caravaggio is advising you of what charges you need to find Michael Proctor guilty of?
That is not accurate.
Well, what is the purpose of this?
To advise me of what the potential charges are. I think that is unfair to say that anyone tells an investigator what charges to find guilt on.
Okay, well, I'm just reading a document.
To find guilt on.
I'm just reading a document, sir, and I'm trying to infer what it means. But you told us that you don't decide the charges and
I
how
do
the
not.
case plays out at the end, right?
I do not.
Well, would it be fair to say Suzanne does do that?
Suzanne is part of that process, yes.
So Suzanne's the person who decides what the charges should be.
She,
I believe Mr. Martin, I believe the witness did say she's part of it.
Thank you, he answered it. And so she then attaches an email, with her email, she has an attachment with potential charges, correct?
she does.
And she has 4 charges listed.
She
Correct.
does. Yes, sir.
And the first one is unsatisfactory performance.
It is.
And that's ultimately what Michael was charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's ultimately what Michael Proctor was fired for, correct?
I can't speak to that, sir.
You don't know that today?
I don't know what caused that, the termination for
No.
discipline.
My question, sir, is,
Hold on a second.
sorry.
His voice is rocking and you're asking the
Apologize.
question. So what I have so far is I don't know what caused the termination for the,
I don't know what played into the process to cause the termination, as far as what weight was placed on which charge.
Okay. But you know that as we sit here today, that Michael Proctor was fired for unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Correct.
And that's one of the charges Suzanne Caravaggio suggests to you.
It is.
And then she has dissemination, alcoholic beverages, and use of equipment, correct?
Correct.
Now, use of equipment is a Class C violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam Commissioner, could I have 1 second just to? If I could just have a moment. DLT, could you go to Respondent's Exhibit 26, please? Yeah, and that's, thank you.
26, you said?
26. It would be R0667.
I'm there, sir.
R0667. Okay, thank you. You ready, sir?
I am, sir.
So let's go, first of all, let's work from the bottom up. Use of equipment is a Class C violation, correct?
Correct.
And looking at page 1 of 5, R0667, Class C violations for a first offense, you can't be fired for that, right?
For the first offense, no, you cannot.
Okay. Looking up alcoholic beverages and drugs, which we'll talk about later, that's a Class B offense, correct?
It is.
First offense, Class B, you can't be fired for that, right?
Correct.
dissemination of information, Class C. First offense, Class C, you can't be fired for that, right?
Correct.
Unsatisfactory performance. If you could turn to page R0669 of this index of rules and regulations. Actually, let me back up, sir, just so we know. What are we looking at here?
This is the Appendix A. It's the discipline guidelines.
Discipline guidelines for the Department of State Police.
Correct.
And this is the essentially the rule book for disciplinary offenses and what the department can do in terms of the finding of a guilt on a disciplinary charge, correct?
Correct.
And they're regulated by these guidelines.
They are.
And so looking at page R0669, tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. And so Suzanne recommends 5.82 unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so looking on page 3 of 5, R0669, do you see 5.8.2 in the middle of the page under unsatisfactory performance?
I do.
And is it fair to say, sir, that the department can choose at its discretion to classify it as a Class D, which would not be fireable, correct?
Correct.
Class C, which would not be fireable, correct?
Correct.
Class B, which would not be fireable.
Correct.
Or Class A, which would make it fireable, correct?
Correct.
And so it was discretionary in this case to classify Michael Proctor's unsatisfactory performance charge as an A, B, C, or a D.
I don't think I can speak to that, sir.
Well, no, I'm just going by the guidelines.
Oh, well, yes, based on the guidelines, yes,
Right.
it is. Yes.
And Suzanne, in this email, is telling you unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was never charged with dissemination, was he?
I don't believe so, sir.
Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 33, please? Which is APP 00, I'm sorry, APP 0174.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, this is an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Suzanne Caravaggio again.
Correct.
Subject Proctor draft charge outline, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is on that Friday afternoon, July 12th of 24 at 1:08 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And your email to Suzanne is attached as the copy for you to continue reviewing. Thank you.
Correct.
And again, the date on the report is misstated again, correct?
It is.
And this is again an 8-page report, once again, correct?
It is.
And on page 6, we begin with a conclusion section, correct?
Correct.
And this is 7 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
6 days. Yes, 7 days. Correct.
Could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 34, please? Which is APP 0184. Page number.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is another email from you to Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
It is.
She's the prosecutor of the legal department.
She is.
And again, subject Proctor-report, correct?
Correct.
This one's dated Tuesday, July 16, 2024 at 5:06 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it says, thanks, Suzanne Kevin, correct?
Yes.
Now, apparently just prior to that, Suzanne had sent you an email on July 16th at 5:06 p.m., correct? Does it appear that way?
Yes.
And it says, subject Proctor report. And it says, hi, Kevin, attached, please find your current draft of your report in Proctor with my changes. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thanks, Suzanne. Correct?
Yes.
And the report is now 9 pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is 3 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Yes, sir.
Could you go to Exhibit 35, please? APP, Bates number 0196.
Can you please repeat that?
Bates number APP 0196. You there, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so this is an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Jeremy Sweeney.
Correct.
Who's Jeremy Sweeney?
Jeremy Sweeney was a DLT that was an OPIA.
And the date of this is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024 at 7:07 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the attachment is Proctor, case number, report draft, ... correct?
Correct.
And attached to this, sir, is a report of 12 pages, correct?
Correct.
Draft report of 12 pages.
Yes, sir.
So the report has now grown from 9 to 12, right?
Correct.
And this is 2 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, July 16th, this report's been reviewed by Suzanne, by you, by Goose, and by Sweeney, right?
Correct, sir.
And Suzanne had suggested to you what the charges should be, correct?
She did not suggest to me what the charges should be.
Well, I guess, let me just, I don't want to misstate what she's doing there, but what is she doing there when she sends you that potential charge outline?
So I believe that's what the potential charges would be.
So she's not suggesting that to you, is that what you're saying?
She's not suggesting to me as in regards as to how my invest should move forward.
Okay, fair enough. Now, on page 6, if you could, of the report, which is APP 0203, could you please look at that?
Yes, sir.
So you added paragraphs 9 and 10, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in paragraph 10, you state, this is dated July 16th, correct?
It is.
So in paragraph 10, you say, on July 19th, 2024, I, along with Detective Lieutenant Jeremy Sweeney, interviewed Trooper Proctor at General Headquarters, correct?
It does.
That didn't happen yet.
No, but if you notice, those 2 paragraphs are in bold.
Yeah.
So this is a draft copy of my report.
Okay.
The way I do reports is I write the report as it goes. At the time that I wrote this, the interview was scheduled for July 19th.
Right.
So I pre-wrote this because that is a boilerplate paragraph. That is the same language that's used in every paragraph, but I put it in bold because it was subject to change.
But answer this question, sir. Had the interview happened yet?
It had not.
And you state that Trooper Proctor was accompanied by Sergeant Johnson and Spam Attorney Daniel Moynihan. We hadn't arrived yet, right?
Again,
Yes or no? Yes or no? With all due respect.
Nope, it has not.
And you say that 4 lines down, this interview was digitally recorded with the consent of all persons present and later transcribed. That hadn't happened yet.
Objection.
Correct.
We've been through this. He says it's a form paragraph that is written. It's the same in every report he writes. He fills in the details and then he corrects it after the fact if it needs it. But he has already testified that this is something he pre-filled before the interview took place because it's a boilerplate paragraph. This questioning is badgering and irrelevant and misleading.
I'll allow that question. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Do you want Mr. Monahan to repeat that question?
Please.
Paragraph 10.
So it says this interview was digitally recorded with the consent of all persons present and later transcribed. Again, that hadn't happened yet,
It
correct?
did not happen yet, correct.
And then in paragraph 11, you say, in summary, Trooper Proctor stated the following with a colon, correct?
Correct.
And then it says, Trooper Proctor said dot, 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 right?
Correct.
So in other words, you were going to fill in the blanks.
That was a placeholder. So when I completed Trooper Proctor's interview, I could fill in what he told us. Yes.
Is it still your testimony, sir, that nobody told you to rush this case through?
It is.
Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's subject interview here was just a formality?
That is not true.
Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's termination was just a predetermination?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Now, on page 10 of that report, can we look at that, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, you spent quite a bit of time with Attorney Carley going through your sustained findings, did you not?
I did.
And here, 3 days before Michael Proctor's interview, before your investigation is finished, you have made 12 recommendations, correct?
Correct.
And you've recommended whether to sustain or not sustain before the interview's done, before the investigation is done. Is that fair to say?
Again, this was a draft report, and I would point you to that email that I sent before saying that these recommendations were only based on the information we knew at the time, and they were subject to change pending Trooper Proctor's interview.
Did any of these recommendations change?
I don't believe they did.
So fair to say again, sir, that 3 days before the investigation was, let me strike that, 3 days before he gets interviewed, before your investigation, you've made 12 recommendations to sustain or not sustain, correct?
Based just on the information that we knew at the time, correct.
And it was these charges, were they not, that got presented to the trial board?
These recommendations
Yes.
in the final draft, yes.
Yes. And it was these charges which served as the basis to fire Michael Proctor.
Yes, sir.
And in the regulation, Michael Proctor, as an employee of the Mass State Police, was entitled to all constitutional protections, correct?
Correct.
And doesn't that include due process?
It does.
Now, I want to ask you a series of questions about Michael Proctor's interview on July 19th.
Yes, sir.
So this interview took place on July 19th, 3 days after that last report we just looked at, right?
Yes, sir.
And I was there,
You were?
and there was another attorney there, correct?
Correct.
And you were there, and then Mr. DLT Sweeney was there, right?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, as of that date and even up until the present, you've never seen the entirety of these text message threads?
Can you ask that again?
Two questions, I'm sorry. So let me say it up to today's date. Have you ever seen the entirety of these text message threads, hundreds of thousands?
I have not, no.
Okay. We only have these clips, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we went with on July 19th?
It is.
So it's fair to say that there are 4 groups of text messages, and I'll go through them, just part of my question. There's a text message with friends that he grew up with, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that those guys all grew up in Canton?
Yes.
And then there's text, and I think we discussed this, there are 38,707 total texts between him and his friends over a period of time, correct?
That number sounds accurate, yes.
And we don't have all those.
No, sir.
And then the text with his sister, correct?
Correct.
And there were 2,865 total texts between him and his sister, correct?
Sounds to be right, yes.
And then there were texts with his wife Elizabeth, correct?
Yes.
And these are private texts, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's such a thing known as a spousal privilege in the law, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
And Michael never asserted that privilege, did he?
He did not.
And there are 1,162 texts between he and his wife, correct?
I don't know the number, but that
Sound
was
about
surprising.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we didn't have all those.
We did not.
And then the text with other troopers in the unit. There were 43,380 texts between he and the other troopers in the unit, correct?
Again, sounds about right, yes.
Okay. By the way, was any other, and these all happened back in 22, the text with the other troopers?
Yes, sir.
No other trooper faced discipline as being part of these conversations, did they?
I don't know if I can speak to that, sir. I wasn't involved in any other process.
Okay, fair enough. Did Michael Proctor ever deny the authenticity of these texts
He did not.
In his interview,
He did not.
at the trial?
He did not.
Did you ever find him to be untruthful in any way
I did not.
with respect to the text, with respect to his investigation?
I did not.
And is it fair to say that Michael Proctor has repeatedly apologized for these texts?
He has.
And he's told you and others, many, many others, that they were unprofessional and regrettable and juvenile, correct?
He did.
Now, you served as a detective in a DA's office, correct?
I have.
That was in Worcester County?
Yes, sir.
And you were there for 6 years, right?
Approximately, yes.
And you're familiar with the protocols of a DA's office and detective units?
I am.
And so there have been terms used here, lead investigator and case officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are those the same thing?
Essentially, yes.
And so in the Reed case, Michael Proctor was assigned by his bosses to be the case officer.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a case officer is kind of like a secretary for the case?
I don't know if I would use the term secretary. My understanding of case officer, while they're the person responsible for the complete investigation, they're not necessarily the one that does all the work. They do a bulk of the work, and then they ensure that everyone else who's assigned different tasks in that invest do what they need to do.
And it's the case officer's responsibility to collect everyone else's reports, correct?
Correct.
And there are many people who work in an investigation on a homicide, correct?
There are.
And so as case officer, it doesn't mean Michael Proctor's in charge of the unit, does he?
It does not.
And he's kind of like a spoke on the wheel, right?
Yes, sir.
And so by coining Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the Reed case, it suggests that he was in charge of the investigation, does it not?
I think the argument could be made that, I don't know if in charge is the right term, but he's the one that's responsible for the investigation.
Okay, but he still has to answer to Sergeant Buchanan, right?
Correct.
And DLT Tully.
Correct.
And Lieutenant Fanning.
Correct.
And Captain Collins.
Correct.
And Major Coppenrath.
Correct.
And Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Correct.
And ultimately Colonel Mon and Deputy Pinkham, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he's at the bottom of the run.
In that chain of command, yes, he is.
So he does, and as a trooper, you're obligated to follow the orders of your superiors, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that in a homicide investigation, which you're familiar with, right?
I am.
It is a collaboration between all members of the DA's of the SPDU unit.
It is.
And it's also a collaboration between the state police SPDU unit and the DA's office.
It is.
And Michael Proctor did not have authority to supervise this investigation in the Reed case, did he?
As a supervisor, no.
And he did not have authority to decide what to charge Miss Reed, did he?
Correct.
And he did not have authority of whether to charge her, correct?
Correct.
That's the decision of the Norfolk County DA's office.
It is, yes.
And so could we go to Respondents Exhibit 20, please?
You said 20?
Yes, please. And it is Bates number RO 513, 514.
You have a page number, sir?
Yes, as RO 514 is where it starts, and I just need to get my bearings to go to the specific page. And I'm going to go to Bates number RO 521.
I'm there, sir.
All right. So this is exhibit AAA in the Reed case, correct?
Correct.
Dated 6/12/24.
Yes.
And going through this, first of all, this is the text message chain with his friends who grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when conducting an investigation in a homicide, is it fair to say that as an investigator, you form opinions about the case after a certain amount of investigation has been conducted?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that you form opinions as a human being about the suspect based on fact and reason?
Yes, sir.
And it's natural, it's human nature, is it not, to form an opinion about someone you believe to be the suspect of a homicide?
Yes, sir.
But it should be based on fact and reason.
Correct.
And you have conducted, I think you told us previously that after you conducted an investigation, you formed opinions about suspects, correct?
I'm sure I have, sir. Yes.
You don't have warm, fuzzy feelings for somebody you think committed a homicide, correct?
I probably wouldn't know, and I have not. Yes.
And you said in your report it's entirely reasonable for some investigator to form an opinion about a suspect.
Yes, sir.
And it's entirely reasonable to express your personal opinions to family members and close friends, correct?
It is, but as a police officer, there are certain things that you cannot share.
Okay. And the statements that we're going to look at here, I'm not going to go into detail on, but these were made in a private setting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that you and me and everyone has an expectation of privacy on your personal cell phone, correct?
As a citizen, but as police officers, we have a different expectation.
Okay, but we did say earlier, did we not, yesterday, that there's no state police policy governing personal conversations on a personal cell phone, correct?
There is not.
Objection. That's misleading and it's mischaracterizing the testimony. My recollection is that there was no specific policy violation suggested with regard to Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's investigation, but it is not the same thing as there is no policy that governs the conduct of an investigator like Michael Proctor with regard to their behavior using a personal cell phone. That is not the same thing.
I agree with Mr. Cowley and Mr. Martin. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, I didn't ask about conduct. I asked about personal content of conversations on a personal phone, and we've discussed the fact there is no policy. If DLT Dwyer can go through the 1,000 pages of policy and find it, then let's go do it.
I'd be happy to point him at the charges with which Michael Proctor was brought up and convicted.
I understand, but he said that it isn't a state police policy.
Correct. That's my question.
I'm just saying, what do you have in regards that we close to that?
I'm sorry.
The policy, there's a policy about state police work phones, isn't there?
Yes.
What?
Well, no. So let me clarify.
Okay.
So I don't want to testify, but what I'm suggesting as a representative of the department is that the rules governing the conduct of members apply at all times, including Article 5. They do not differentiate between personal cell phones, work cell phones, or any cell phones. They simply apply at all times to all members. And it's possible, without reference to a phone, as Michael Proctor did, to violate those policies by means of a phone. But it doesn't matter whether it occurs via email or smoke signal or personal cell phone. It doesn't matter. Those policies equally apply to all behavior of the member as members of the Massachusetts State Police. So it's misleading and it's argumentative to suggest that just because a specific policy was not written for this member's misconduct, that therefore no such policy applies to him. That's simply false.
I'll accept Mr. Carley's explanation and his objection.
May I follow with a question that's very, very specific and not like the discussion that was Attorney Carly just presented. It concerns only whether there exists a policy concerning personal content on a personal phone in a private conversation. Is there or is there not a policy? And we talked yesterday, there is not a policy. I'm just confirming.
Do you have an objection to that question, Mr. Carley?
I don't have an objection to the question being posed, but the premise under it is flawed.
I understand. Mr. Dwyer, do you want him to repeat the question for you?
Please.
Thank you.
We have probably 1,000 pages of policy and regulations, correct?
Correct.
Is there a policy or regulation prohibiting the way that you speak to friends and family on your personal cell phone?
There is not.
Thank you. So could we look at Bates RO 521, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Bates RO 521. And so, are you with me, Lieutenant?
I am.
And so the first text is late in the evening on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it comes from somebody named Bird, right?
It does.
And we learned from the video we watched yesterday that Bird's one of these guys from Canton's nickname, right?
Correct.
And he's also known as 1311, who's it's the last four of his cell, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
And then we have, just so I'll go through it now, we have 1311, we have 5051, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that another person's cell phone, the last four numbers?
I would assume yes.
All right. And then following on the page, we have more. 5051, and then we have down the bottom of page RO 522 0095. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And so it appears from this initial text thread that there are three people on this, correct?
It would appear that way, yes.
And there's Michael Proctor and then three buddies from Canton.
Yes.
And so the first text is late in the evening on January 29th at 10:36 p.m., correct?
Could we back up? I just don't want to be, so it does appear that there's three phone numbers there. It also appears in the gray, there's a fourth person. I assume that's Trooper Proctor.
Yes,
So-
right, that's what I
so
said, Trooper
before.
Proctor
Okay,
plus
okay.
three buddies from Canton.
I apologize.
And so, and you may not know this, but I think I asked you, are you aware that Michael Proctor was assigned to this case in the early AM hours, around 6 a.m. on the 29th of January 22?
I don't know when he was assigned as a case officer.
You're familiar with the fact that there had been work all day long, 16 hours plus on the investigation, correct?
So I don't know when the invest started, but yes, I would assume that there was a full day's work put into this.
And you're familiar with the fact that Trooper Proctor had been with Sergeant Buchanan pretty much all day conducting the investigation?
I'm unaware of that.
All right. It's fair to say that there would have been many units of the state police, Canton police, all doing an investigation, correct?
Again, I wasn't there, but I would assume that there were multiple assets there.
And based on your experience in the DA's office, Worcester County, fair to say that when there's a homicide early in the morning, there's a debriefing at the conclusion of the day?
Sometimes there is, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that at 10:36 at night, that night, Michael Proctor was at home?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay, fair enough. Could we look at Exhibit 48, please? Appellant's exhibit, and I'll have the Bates number in a second, Madam Commissioner. It's Bates number 0297.
Yes, sir.
You there?
I am.
All right. And we have here a Canton police report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us in the previous hearing that you don't know who was there at the scene. You don't know how many people were there because you didn't go there, right?
Correct.
You aware of the fact that Michael Proctor didn't go there either that day? Are you aware of the fact that Michael Proctor did
I'm
not
not
go
aware
to
of
the
that.
scene?
No.
And this Canton police report is dated January 29th of 22, correct?
Correct.
And right at the top, it says it's done by Sergeant Sean Good.
Yes.
And it says above his name, January 29th, January 29th, 2022 at 8:24 in the morning, correct?
For the report date, correct.
Right. So Sergeant Good has completed his report as early as 8:24 in the morning, correct?
I'm sorry, objection. Can we go to sidebar, please?
I thought this was public.
Hey, everybody. So that was interesting. The guy's trying to make an argument that can't be made. Shut this off. Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. I got something I want to show you guys. All right. It may be a two-parter, but it's something. And it's happening. It's not gonna happen. This is happening. Watch this nonsense.
John Hook's Newsmaker starts now.
Thanks for joining us on Newsmaker. A fast-moving object the size of Manhattan is hurtling towards our solar system, and it will make its closest pass to Earth on December 17th. Comet, asteroid, or something else? A Harvard astrophysicist believes there's a strong likelihood this is a craft of alien origin, and the implications, obviously, for humanity would be profound. Avi Loeb, professor at Harvard, joins me now. Great to see you. Thank you. And I've been reading with interest what you're putting out there. It's very provocative.
Well, you know, science is fun as long as you allow yourself to learn something new. And the problem with experts is that they insist on past knowledge that they promoted in echo chambers. And obviously anything in the sky, they argue, is a comet. But we should be open-minded because, you know, if we have a visitor from the cosmic street to our backyard, it may not be a rock. It could be a tennis ball thrown by a neighbor. So let's look at the data.
That is a very interesting analogy. All right, Dr. Loeb, it is called 3I/Atlas. Give me the best case for why you think this object may be extraterrestrial and maybe alien form.
Well, first, its brightness implies that if it represents reflection of sunlight from a solid object, it needs to be 20 kilometers in diameter. That's bigger than Manhattan Island. And this is a giant rock. The previous interstellar objects were hundreds of times smaller. So it just doesn't make sense that the third object from interstellar space will be 100 times bigger than the previous two, and we won't see anything in between. And moreover, there is not enough rocky material in interstellar space to deliver us a rock of this size, 20 kilometers, over a period of about a decade. That we conducted the survey of the sky, because this material is very rare, and you expect it once per maybe 10,000 years or longer. And so it's surprising if indeed it's a rock of that size. Now, it will actually get closest to the sun on October 29th, 2025, and that's when the Earth would be on the opposite side. It's as if it tries to avoid us. We won't be able to observe it. But it also comes from a direction in the sky that is crowded with lots of stars. It was difficult to see it until July 1st, 2025. And so the fundamental question is, was this designed by intelligence out there? And my argument is that we should collect as much data as possible to figure it out. And I defined a new scale that is now called the Loeb scale after my last name, where 0 implies a purely natural object like a comet or an asteroid, and 10 is a definitely technological object that maneuvers, broadcasts a signal, or transmits some artificial lights. And I rank this object, 3i Atlas, as 4 on the scale between 0 and 10. And of course, the more data we have, the clearer it will become. As it comes closer to the sun, it should erupt, it should outgas and produce a beautiful cometary tail. If it is a comet, we don't see a cometary tail as of now. The Hubble Space Telescope took a very high-resolution image of it, and all we see is some glow surrounding it that is actually preceding it towards the direction of the sun, but nothing behind it the way we see cometary tails, which are pushed away from the sun.
So it's got a unique,
it's
got a unique signature that doesn't imply comet. And as you know, NASA is saying this is a comet. It poses no threat to Earth and will remain at a distance of at least 1.6 astronomical units. That's about 150 million miles. But as we know, NASA's been wrong before. They thought they had discovered a new asteroid, which turned out to be Elon Musk's Roadster, the Tesla Roadster that had been launched. So they've been wrong before.
Oh, yeah. I mean, science is full of mistakes, and scientists in the mainstream of science that are considered experts often invest billions of dollars to check a hypothesis that turns out to be wrong. Some examples include, for example, a new symmetry of nature, supersymmetry, that was thought to be definitely out there, and then the Large Hadron Collider was constructed at a cost of $10 billion and didn't find any evidence for it in its natural range of parameters. That was embraced for decades by theoretical physicists.
Yes.
And there are many such examples that I can bring, but the point is that science is not decided by authority. It's decided by evidence. And the problem with experts is that they often use echo chambers that represent their past knowledge. And by doing that, they do not allow something surprising to be discovered.
Yeah.
If you insist that so, for example, there was...
It's arrogance.
I think in science we should have some sense of humility, because nobody expected, for example, quantum mechanics to be discovered. It was completely surprising. We still don't understand it a century later. And Albert Einstein had a difficult time interpreting it. And this is just to show you that very often nature is more imaginative than we are. And of course, for us to argue that we are the most intelligent species that ever existed since the Big Bang is indeed arrogant, because there are 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy and probably billions of Earth-Sun analogs.
Yes.
And this is just like seeing a lot of houses on your street that looks just like yours, and you insist that they have no residence in them.
No, and my contention has always been, you know, we say, well, nothing could travel that fast. Nothing could reach us because it's too far away. Well, let's put a civilization that's been around 1 billion more years than us. Where would they be in technology? So I think it's just complete arrogance and ignorance to think that we've got all the answers. I think it's just arrogant.
Well, also, the sun is 4.6 billion years old, and the age of the universe is 13.8 billion years. And so that's 3 times longer. So the sun was around only for the last 1/3 of cosmic history. Most of the stars formed billions of years before the sun. And if a civilization like ours emerged next to them, you can ask, how long will it take Voyager, the spacecraft that we launched out of the solar system, how long will it take it to reach the opposite side of the Milky Way? It's less than 1 billion years.
So you don't know who 5051 is?
I do not.
And you don't know who Bird is?
Birdman.
And that wasn't relevant to you?
No, the focus of my investigation wasn't that Trooper Proctor people or teaching people about information. It was the fact that the information he shared, he should not have shared.
Okay. And so at the bottom of page 0521, 5051, who we don't know who it is, correct?
Correct.
Says, and by the way, I guess Mike's nickname is Chip, correct?
Yes.
So 5051 at 10:52 on January 29th says Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, there had been no transmissions from Michael Proctor, correct?
It does not appear to be, yes.
Do you know how this guy, 5051, already knew that the decedent was a BPD cop?
I do not.
Is it not clear that this guy already knew that the victim was a BPD cop?
It appears that he knew, yes.
And based on the text, that information did not come from Michael Proctor.
I don't know where that information came from, sir.
But not from Michael Proctor on this text chain.
From what I see in front of me, no.
Right. And you never spoke to 5051?
I did not.
And is it fair to infer, sir, that people in Canton as well as the Boston Police Department would have known during the day of January 29th of John O'Keefe's death?
People would have known. I don't even know what counsel's asking. It's completely vague and inappropriate.
Cross-examination.
Can you rephrase the question?
Fair to say, huh? Officer O'Keefe's body was found early in the morning of the 29th of January, correct?
Correct.
And he was a Boston cop.
He was.
Boston Police Department would have known about this during the day, correct?
I would assume they would, yes.
And people in Canton would have known about it at some point. Various people in Canton would have known about this during the day, correct?
I would assume yes.
And during Michael Proctor's interview, he told you that many of his comments about waffling and various things were opinions of his, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that as a homicide investigator, and again, with human nature, you formed opinions about a case after conducting a full day of investigation, correct?
You would.
And fair to say Michael Proctor did not share any investigative strategy in his text messages, did he?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, let's look at your prior testimony. Do you recall testifying in a trial board in this matter?
I do.
Would you go to exhibit 20, respondent's exhibit 28B?
Do you have a page number, sir?
Just give me a moment. Page 159, line 11.
I'm sorry.
Page 150, RO 969, page number.
Give me a second, sir. $969, you said?
Yes.
I'm there.
So let's start at the top. Question, when Mike Proctor was interviewed by you, we told you that many of those comments he made were opinions, correct? And your answer was correct, right?
Correct.
Going down to line 11. But he didn't share any investigative strategy was the question, and your answer was not that I'm aware of, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm reading that incorrectly?
You are.
How so?
If I could read.
Those two lines?
Yes, sir. You're talking about line 5?
No, I'm talking about line 11.
All right, I was looking at line 5.
No, I'm looking at line 11. Question is, he didn't share any investigative strategy, and your answer is not that I'm aware of.
Objection. Doctrine of verbal completeness. The witness has just directed counsel's attention to line 5, where that question was asked the first time, and the witness's answer, if I may read from this page, starting on line 7, answer, well, so he did send a text saying that he was going to place Miss Reed under arrest. It's completely inappropriate for counsel to then point to line 11 and then suggest that the witness's answer in line 7 and 8 never occurred.
You know, Ms. McCartney, I know it's uncomfortable sometimes to hear the other side of the story, but I asked him to look at line 11.
He did ask him to look at line 11 only. That's
when he
true.
chooses
Okay, hold
to.
on one at a time. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you guys again.
Line 11.
We're making recordings, we have a smaller firm. It makes your job difficult. If
I
you're
understand.
one person speaking. It
I'm
also
just trying
makes
to.
my job difficult because I'm trying to listen to you in real time. All right, so when there's an objection, you finish your question, there's an objection, the person has the floor, then you can speak again. But I can't keep reminding people, just stop speaking over each other. Okay.
Okay.
Did you get all that? Did you
No, I'm off the record for a second. When there's crosstalk, I can't. So I go with the reading person at the time,
Yeah.
who's dashes. So crosstalk is really an issue.
So do you, how far do you want us to go back?
No, I mean, the record is what it is, but you said then you can speak again, but I can't keep reminding people. Mr. Moynihan understood. The new commissioner stopped speaking over each other, so if we could pick it up from there. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So Mr. Moynihan, Mr. Carney's made the point that if you look at the page, and I understand that you're directing Mr. Dwyer to line 11, but there is preceding information. Mr. Carley, I'll leave that to you to do later in your redirect. But I'll allow Mr. Moynihan to continue, but again, please don't talk over each other.
Could the commission take notice of the doctrine of verbal completeness, that it's inappropriate for counsel to select and cherry pick lines out of this witness's prior testimony and to suggest that he answered something he did not answer?
I understand all that, but we can revisit that in your redirect.
That's fine.
Okay. Please go, Mr. Moynihan.
So let's be verbally complete here, I guess. So Mr. Carley is satisfied. Line 5, I asked, he didn't share with anyone investigative strategy, and you said, well, so he did send a text saying that he was going to place Miss Reed under arrest, correct? Is that what you're referring to, DOT?
Yes,
Just so
yes,
we're
sir.
clear.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be accused of misrepresenting anything by Mr. Carley. And then I said, but that was after the indictment, and you said correct.
Correct.
So that was after she was indicted already.
Correct.
By a grand jury.
Correct.
And the next question, which I was originally asking you about, was line 11. But he didn't share any investigative strategy, and your answer was what?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the next question I asked was, he didn't share any specific collection of evidence, correct? And what was your answer?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And the next question was, he didn't share any specific statements by suspects, did he? What was your answer? You said, I believe he did to a text, I believe to his sister, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. And the next question down the bottom, line 23, he didn't share any specific damage to Miss Reed's vehicle, did he? Your answer was what?
No, I don't believe he did.
And the next question was, he didn't share any statements or opinions of any other investigators in the unit, did he? What was your answer?
No, he did not.
Could we go to your report, DLT Exhibit 18, and I'll get the base number in a second. It's base R490, again, beginning of the report.
Yes, sir.
All right, could we turn to paragraph 21, which is page 10 of your report, and it's date stamp R5, I think it's 500. I could be correct.
21 starts on 499.
Paragraph, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 21 starts on 499.
I'm there.
I could just have a moment. Okay. It's actually on the following page, sir, 500. You know, in paragraph 20. Fourteen lines down. Where it says there is no evidence to show.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
I do.
So you concluded, did you not, that there was no evidence to show that Michael Proctor's personal feelings influenced his actual investigation in the case, correct?
Correct.
And if you could go to paragraph 30, which is page R0503, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report after your investigation that there was no evidence to show that the police actions taken by Michael Proctor were directly influenced by his personal feelings about John Reed, correct?
Correct.
And then up in paragraph 29, sorry to jump around. You stated in there, it's about 5 lines from the bottom of paragraph 29, that there was nothing learned in this investigation that showed that Michael Proctor acted with intent to affect the outcome of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And so you had testified previously, and I'll get the transcript if we need, that the integrity of Michael Proctor's investigation was not compromised by his personal feelings, correct?
Again, nothing in my investigation showed that it was, but my investigation did not focus on the facts of the criminal invest.
Okay, but you did make that statement and you made that conclusion,
I did.
And you told us that his performance, in your opinion, was above grade, correct?
I said from what I found, there was nothing to suggest that it was not.
And do you recall telling us also that his personal cell phone text did not affect the performance of his duties in this case?
Again, nothing found suggested that it did.
And you told us also that there was, based on your investigation, there was no evidence of bias in this investigation.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And paragraph 23, you also looked into this business about the allegation of a gift. You recall that?
I did.
And you addressed that in paragraph 23. You testified about it previously. And you concluded that there was nothing learned through this investigation that suggests that Trooper Proctor or his wife ever had communications with a potential witness about a gift, correct?
Correct.
And you concluded that that statement was made as a joke.
Correct.
Jest. And you concluded that Michael Proctor clarified that he had no intent for Karen Reed to kill herself, correct?
Correct.
And you did tell us also that not every text can be taken literally, correct?
With the family member, absolutely.
And this business about nudes, there was much to do made by Alan Jackson. You looked into that as well, correct?
About the nudes, yes, sir.
Yeah. And Michael Proctor admitted that he had regret about that juvenile comment, right?
He did.
And he told you it was unprofessional and inappropriate, correct?
He did.
But you also told us that it is common when searching, strike that, first of all, Michael Proctor was looking at Karen's Reed photo because she was a criminal suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he had a search warrant for that.
That's what I believe, yes.
So he was entitled to search her phone pursuant to a court-ordered search warrant.
Correct.
And his purpose in looking through the phone wasn't to look for nude photos, was it?
It was my understanding that he was looking for, I think, geographical data, any text pertinent to his invest, things along those lines.
And so, in your experience, I think you told us yesterday, it's very common when searching a suspect's phone that in this day and age, people take selfies and pictures of others in a nude fashion, correct?
It is not uncommon.
And so, it could be a joke that guys in the unit are joking around about it, correct?
Correct.
And you concluded that this comment about no nudes was a joke, in fact, correct?
So I found his explanation reasonable in that aspect, yes.
And you concluded that he was not looking for news, he was looking for incriminating evidence, data, location data, correct?
Again, there was nothing found that suggests that he actually did look for any photos.
And there was never any allegation in your investigation that Trooper Proctor planted evidence, is there?
No.
Or they compromised any evidence, correct?
No.
And so, as a case officer, is it fair to say that one of his duties is to collect evidence
Yes.
and to analyze evidence?
Yes, to the extent that a case officer can, yes.
Correct, because some things have to be done by a lab or some specialist, correct? And it may be his duty to draft and execute search warrants, correct?
Correct.
And it may be his duty to communicate with the labs who are doing testing, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to respond to requests from the DA's office, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to prepare and testify for a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to prepare for testimony at a trial, correct?
It would be, yes.
And it may be his duty to coordinate with other agencies in conjunction and collaboration on the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Moynihan, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we do need to call a recess at 11.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, so this would be a good place.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sorry to inform you earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you. 15 minutes?
Sure. Thank you.
All right. 15 minutes, they said. We can do 15 minutes, right? Hey, RVA. Good morning, Mary. Well, almost good afternoon. Yeah. All right. Who called? Someone called me. Who's this? Oh, yeah. I got a friend of mine. I'd love to get a friend of mine on the show here, even for a little bit. Play a game, right? (1919) Boston police unionized for 106 years. These are the provisions that have been put into the collective bargaining. 1,000 pages of behavior and protections that the citizens know nothing about. None of this can be changed unless it's sent back to the legislature, which is just as an unjust system and corrupt. So we're kind of up that proverbial paddle. Gotcha. A friend of mine, funny how this works out. Friend of mine broke his PC, broke the pieces right off the motherboard by accident, obviously. And he asked me if I can fix it for him. I think I can. Where are we? So I'm gonna show you guys this. All right. This video is kind of badass. Check this out. This is microscoped. This is a piece of part of keyboard that broke, and we're actually putting it back together with pieces that don't. This is just glue that's stuck together. That is something I've just, and it's the perfect RPM too, man. And that little Dremel tool, like it's not chewing the freaking hell out of it. That's just freaking badass. I still think the 3D print one.
You didn't know what the pattern is.
Right, I'm sure I can find it online.
You'd have to.
You know, but still. I mean, if there was a friggin' demand for 3D printed shit, which I don't think there is. So that he's. Do I have a picture? Yeah, I don't have it. But he's using that to actually shape the keyboard. It's a plastic tab under the keyboard of a laptop. And I have the before picture that you're not going to believe. Whatever reason, it won't come up. Who's this? Oh my. I'm live, and I think y'all live. So hi.
I am too.
Yep.
Oh, when is this gonna happen?
I'll text you the date.
Okay, because tomorrow Rory has.
No, it's a while away.
Yes, I will do it.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye. All right, it's my lovely sister. Another one here too. All right. Now, if you were there, you wouldn't think this sounds like a dentist, but now listening to it, it does. Those are like really heavy precision squeezes. And he's shaping that thing away. He made
Looking good.
He made
that
all
90
that.
going right there.
Yeah, little shelf.
Oh, really? It's not even a 90 on the other side.
He made that. It was broken. It's broken right there, and he repaired it, and he's just smoothing it over, and you'll never see the repair when it's done. I swear it was better than new. And I don't have the scope. It's a big microscope that he's doing that under, and he's looking under the microscope doing it, but it's electronically up on the screen, so you can still see it up there. Yeah, I have before and after pictures, and I have to get them for you guys. You guys won't believe them. You just won't. You'll be like, no way, no way. And the thing is in order to buy that piece, it wouldn't fit that keyboard. You had to. That was really what we did. I'm sorry, not me. What he did was really the only option for that is to rebuild what was there. Other than that, you're out. A whole laptop because the keyboard is under the top. It's connected to the top, and she dropped a stapler on it, and it hit the corner and broke it right off. So, yeah, he put it back together. Yeah. That kid, I'm telling you, he most amazing human I've ever seen. Don't know how, but he just does amazing stuff. I've seen stuff before, but that takes the cake. Oh, by the way, I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's watching from Baker's channel. I just want to say hi. You guys are welcome here, as well as my members are more than welcome over there. Broken Baker's channel. We love him. Just a heads up, everyone. I'm sharing the stream with him today. I told him he could restream me, so I'm keeping this trial going, and he can just pop on me, and we're still at that little, just still at the seal. So I just want to say hello to all his people over there, because he's doing great, man. He's got nice, steady, constant growth. He's doing great. You know who else is doing good is Michael Bryant and Linda. What's the help me out, guys. Oh my God, I see it right in front of me. What is it? You guys all know what it is. I'll pop it up. I know what it is. Where is it? I just saw them. I don't know. I don't know. However, but I do know this. Check this out. Everybody, throw them back. We're going back in time. Who remembers this?
After he knocked him down with a pitch, he struck him out, and that's when Jackson charged. Denny, there's the knockdown pitch the last time Jackson was up. He did not go after him after that pitch. It was after he struck out he went for it.
Yes to serve. Yes to serve TV. They're great. Love them.
Well, we just asked Red, Frank. Red Foley, makes a score tonight. You can ask Red any baseball question.
Yeah.
Now Jackson strikes out back in the second inning, and that's where he went out after Denny. Denny doesn't see him coming. Jackson. Now we're back to live action, and the pitch gets away. Throw to second base, and Whitfield is safe, and he tried to take Michelin.
No, too. Good.
Whitfield went rolling in hard at second base. I think the Yankees
have been
awakened, Frank, which is a good thing because they had been fairly lethargic here. But I think that knockdown plus Jackson's challenge and the little confrontation in which Altobelli was thrown out has got the adrenaline moving just a little bit. Maybe that's what they needed. Well, you saw Winfield go rolling in there after the shortstop, Michelin. A wild pitch moves Winfield to second. There's one out, and a count of 1-1 on Jackson.
Reggie Jackson.
The Yankees are leading 4-1. Change up. 2-2. He strikes out. And that one is way gone. Look at Jackson. Oh, well, they had a camera on Jackson. He starts running now, but he just stood there and looked at it. I think Reggie got just about all of that one for his one-ball run of the year. Look at Jackson.
Here we go.
Went after him again. And Jackson got him this time. Here they come, and there they go.
Maybe we'll be in the middle of that. With a
Now
big,
the bullpen people.
Nice.
Live on the scene.
Bobby Brown and Reggie and Oscar Gamble carry the triumphant gladiator off the field.
You go, Reggie, man. You go, Reggie. Ah, man. Remember them days, guys? Reggie Jackson. He was like the ultimate swing. And when he connected with that ball, it just knocked the snot out of it. Just freaking every time, too. Really? Wow, dude. That's some freaking. Put that stuff away for your kids, my friend. Yeah. Woof. Yeah. Don't be telling people about that stuff. That's the good stuff. Put that away. Are they in boxes, like shadow boxes? That would be badass. You put them in the shadow boxes. I have one. I have one pro shirt. Let me get it. Hold on. Where is it? You guys remember Pudge? Jim, was it George Scott? You guys remember who he was? This is ridiculous. It's reversed. Let me get this camera fixed. Camera. Mirror my camera. No. Done. Yeah. This is like not your average jersey either. This is just a little heavier than the average. Got that smell to it. Yeah. Huh? Goes like that. This way. So we're still in the holding pattern. Yeah, Proctor. Proctor's here. I should leave this. Let somebody walk around in it. Give it more value. That would be nice. Yep. I didn't turn anything on. I don't know if you noticed, but we got, oh, you're not going to be able to see it. I got to kill the background. Let me get rid of the background. Visual, none. Done. Big screen. Nope. Move over. Drag and drop. It won't do that. All right, we got new things here. We got pumpkin. Reason for that. We got an R2. And we got another R2. We got Boston dude here. Little Boston guy. And this is going way back. That's going way back. Oh my. Why is this not? There we go. So Mary Whitcomb, hello, good to see you today. Oh, RVA. Yeah. Don't you gotta let me have first crack at that. If you're gonna let any of that stuff go, you gotta let me know. Really. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. I'd love to have a I don't know. I don't know if I should say this, but I would adorn my shelf with a Yankee ball. I would do that. Even though I love the Sox, you can't love the Sox without the Yankees, right? And you can't love the Yankees without the Sox. Don't work that way. So it's like a little give and take back and forth. That Bambino thing can go away. You have that back. I think you guys got that. New York is just, oh my, New York is not doing well. Yeah. Yep. So they should be back any minute now. They said a few minutes, 15-minute break. What's it go to? I'm interested in this. When's the 31st? Come on. 31st is no calendar. '31st is Sunday. So they have Red Sox tickets. Ooh, the 29th. Maybe my nephews want to go to a game. The 29th is a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's they're in town for the three game stint. That's it. Against the Pirates. What else? All right. All right. This is a pretty good thing, Jen. Just let me show you guys this real quick. RVA, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Anything. Absolutely. I'll take everything and everything. Let me stop. If I stop this, no. Which one? Close that. It's ugly. All right. Share this one. I can't do that. I can do this. Hold on. Sure it would too. All right. Let me share this real quick. Fix that. All right. Listen up. Michael Proctor is not under fire for his mean words. It's literally never been about the actual words, but rather who he spoke those words to. Let's think about that, right? When he spoke such words and why he spoke such words. That man is a civil servant, meaning he works for us. He had zero business speaking about his case, investigations to anyone who wasn't a uniformed officer or investigator involved in said cases / investigations. He conducted this investigation with little to no integrity, zero morality, and less than zero compassion and respect for the deceased. Giving him his badge back will only prove one thing. MSP really is above the law. Rules for the butt, not for me. Jen, love it. Love the post. Great job, girl. You got it right on the money. I can't say more than that. Yes. Absolutely yes, Jen. She's right. She's absolutely right. And we're back to this thing. Yeah, Gail, yesterday I had issues with StreamYard. When I got done, it was saying it was had to upload, which is weird, and I don't understand why it was uploading because it was already running the stream. So, yeah, they had issues. The internet itself had issues yesterday too. So I'm surprised we're doing as well as we are today. Kevin Albert lives up in the boonies. You know where Kevin Albert lives? You know where Kevin Albert lives, don't you? Yeah. All right, let me zoom in here. How do I spin this? It's upside down, man. Turn. There we go. All right. This works. All right. We still got the stupid seal. Check this out. Everybody, just so you know, this is Massachusetts, okay? Canton, right around here. Okay. Canton. Imagine living in Canton, right? Little suburb. You live here. No, you're moving. You know where you're moving? Where are you? He lives up here. Where are we? It's like right near the border of the country. Dead end road. Is this it? Oh, we're back. We're back.
We're back on the record. The time is now 11:24 a.m. And I am joined by Jason Walker, who was one of our summer clerks. He's starting his second year at the U of A school right now. So welcome, Jason. And we give great internships here at the Civil Service Commission. We'll tell you that. Thank you for your patience. As you know, technical difficulties happen in real life. So we're going to go back on the record. So again, the time is 11:27 a.m. and Mr. Moynihan is continuing his cross of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Cronin. Good morning again, DLT.
Sir?
So we just went through all of the duties of a case officer, correct?
Correct.
And in other words, all the duties of a case officer, all the duties that Michael Proctor would have had as a case officer, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, sir, that you testified, and it's true that there's no evidence that Michael Proctor failed to properly perform any of those duties we specified, is there?
No, there is not.
And his duties, in this case, were to collaborate with others to identify the cause of John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That would be one of the duties, yes.
And this IA investigation, I call it IA, Internal Affairs Investigation, is solely about personal cell phone messages, correct?
Correct.
And many of them were while off duty, correct?
Correct.
And his personal cell phone messages had no relevance to his duties as a case officer, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would agree that there was nothing shown that his duties were affected. But as a police officer, I think all of your behavior is relevant to your duties.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 28? And it would be RO 977 base stamp.
What was the stamp, sir?
The base stamp?
Yes, sir.
RO 977.
The appellants or the respondents?
Respondents. 28. Oh, I'm sorry. Respondents.
One more time with the debate stamp, sorry.
977.
Okay, sir.
So looking at line 13. Question, all right?
Yes.
Question was, so these personal cell phone messages had no relevance to what we just went through, all of his duties as the case officer. That was my question to you, correct?
Correct.
What was your answer?
Correct.
Agree with me on that.
Yes, and what I said previously is that while the text messages weren't his duties, they affect everything that he does.
But in this case, he's charged with unsatisfactory performance of duties, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say then, DLT, that his personal cell phone messages did not affect his ability to perform his functions as a case officer?
There's nothing to find to suggest that it would.
And the actual steps he took as an investigator were based on fact and reason as far as your investigation, correct?
So I can't speak about the steps that he took as an investigator.
Okay, but you found no evidence to suggest that the steps he took as an investigator were not based on fact and reason, did you?
Correct.
And the Norfolk County DA's office did present this to a grand jury, correct? The Karen Reed
Yes,
case. And Karen Reed was indicted by a grand jury, correct?
She was.
And as a matter of fact, the DA's office prosecuted Karen Reed, correct?
He did.
Not the decision of Michael Proctor by any means, correct?
No, it's not.
Could we look at Respondents Exhibit 24, please? It is RO 643, page stamp.
Yes, sir.
May I proceed? And so this is, what is this we're looking at?
Article 5, the rules of conduct.
Okay. And could we go to page page 3, page RO 645, page stamp.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so 5.8 is titled unsatisfactory performance, correct?
It is.
And if we turn to the following page, we see 5.8.2, correct?
Yes.
And that's the charge that Michael Proctor was fired for, correct? 5.8.2?
One of them, yes.
Well, that's the only one he's fired for.
Okay, yes, yes,
correct?
correct,
Because the other
correct.
one is a Class B.
Correct.
And so 5.8.2, we've already demonstrated that that can be classified by the department at the discretion of the department as A, B, C, or D.
Yes, sir.
And here's an A.
Yes, sir.
And so looking at 5.2, there are a couple of components to that section, are there not?
There are.
And so the first one is, it says unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by, first, a lack of knowledge of the application of laws required to be enforced, correct?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of that on Michael Proctor's part in this case?
There was not.
The second part is an unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks. Was there any evidence of that on the part of Michael Proctor?
There were not.
The third part is the failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, and position. Now, you just told us that Michael Proctor did not derogate from any of his duties, correct?
From his DA duties, correct.
Correct. And there's no evidence that he derogated from any of his duties as a investigating officer, correct?
Again, as it relates to his duties with the SPDU, correct.
Correct. His job.
Correct.
As an investigator.
Correct.
And the next part of that is the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention.
Correct.
And there was no evidence of that uncovered, correct?
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry.
I have, there was no evidence
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And your answer, sir?
It was correct, yes.
So,
I just missed the word, thank you.
and the fifth part of 5.8.2 is states by an absent without leave, correct?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of that here, correct?
Correct.
But Mike Proctor was charged with unsatisfactory performance, Class A, 5.8.2, and that's what he was fired for.
Correct. Again, if I could just clarify, I found no evidence to suggest that any investigative steps or things that affected the case were affected by the text messages.
Okay.
Again, I didn't look at his duties as a trooper or as a member of the SPDU.
Yeah. And so you didn't come up with the charges, we concluded that, right?
Correct.
And who's Captain Scott, do you know?
Captain Scott at the time was the assistant department prosecutor.
You can look for that while I ask. And DLT Dwyer, you uncovered no evidence of any unprofessional conduct on the part of Michael Proctor, other than on his personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing except on his personal cell phone that affected his credibility, was there?
Nothing that I can find, correct.
And did you ever talk to Captain Scott about the appropriate charge in this case?
I did not.
I just have a moment. Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 58, APP 0382?
And there, sir.
All right. And so this is a to from, as you call it, correct?
It is.
Dated August 2nd of 24.
Correct.
And it's from Captain William T. Scott, Assistant Department Prosecutor, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's directed to three people: Suzanne Caravaggio, the Department Prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Major Keith Hagan, the Deputy Division Commander of the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes.
And to Lieutenant Colonel Robert G. Shoemaker, Division Commander of the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes.
And the subject is review of case number Trooper Michael D. Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And Captain Scott, now is Captain Scott an attorney?
I don't believe so, no.
And so number one in his to from is, I have read and reviewed the material contained in case file IA 2414. Would that mean he read your report?
Yes, sir. I would assume that.
And he says, number two, my recommendation for the appropriate charges in this matter is attached, correct?
It does, yes.
And then Captain Scott identifies charge summary, charge one, article 5.8, unsatisfactory performance, correct?
Yes.
And he labels them three specifications as Class A,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then charge two, 510 alcoholic beverages labeled Class B, correct?
Yes.
And so was it was it William Scott who was responsible for the decision of what to charge Michael Proctor with?
I was
Sorry, Madam Commissioner, I have to object again. We covered this. The witness has now testified several times he was not involved in that process. He does not know, and that it is a process suggesting it involves multiple individuals. This question is now repetitive, and it's asked and answered.
I'll allow him to ask the question. Do you want to repeat the question?
Please.
You looked at this document from Captain Scott, correct?
Yes. After the investigation was over, correct?
That's it. I'm talking about today.
Yes.
So was it Captain Scott who was responsible to decide what to charge Michael Proctor with?
Again, I wouldn't know that. I know there's a process that's involved, and there are multiple people that are involved.
Okay, fair enough. Just take a moment. Now, could you look at Respondents Exhibit 24, DLT is Respondents 24, page stamp 0643, which is what they're.
Yes, sir.
And could you turn to
Sorry, is that Respondent 24?
yes, Respondent 24, 0643. You have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
And so Michael Proctor admitted to you the texts were unprofessional, immature, juvenile, poor choice of words, correct?
He did.
And that they were unbecoming.
He did.
And that they brought the department into disrepute.
I don't know if you use those words, but yes.
You used those words.
I did, yes.
And by the way, that term disrepute, that means the opinion of others has now been changed, correct?
Correct.
And you familiar with 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
Yes, sir.
What is the genesis of that charge?
Really, are you referring to Mr. Barnham, are you saying that Mr. Proctor was unbecoming charge included?
No, my question to DLT, and I can lay more of a foundation.
Yes, please.
Sir, you're familiar with Article 5, correct?
Yeah.
And you conducted investigations under 5.2 unbecoming conduct, I assume, correct?
I've never, so when I do an investigation, it's not under a specific rule or reg.
I get you. But as a department IA officer, it's incumbent upon you to be familiar with the rules, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in Article 5 and Article 6 and such,
Correct.
correct? And so you're familiar with the term, the Article 5.2 unbecoming conduct, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is the genesis of that charge?
I'm sorry, I still have to object. I don't know what counsel is asking. What is the genesis of? Is he asking who wrote it? Is he asking where it came from? What is he asking?
I'll read it.
At a time, please. You finish, Mr. Conlon?
Yes, I'm honestly asking. I have no idea what that question is asking. Is he asking for the origin of the genesis means the origin of something? What is he asking about 5.2? Who wrote it?
Mr. Barnham, do you want to finish your response?
I can do either of two things. First of all, I'm asking about his understanding of it.
Do you want to respond to what Mr. Crowley just said?
Yes, I'm asking the DLT about his understanding of what unbecoming conduct, the basis of it is. And I can also read the article itself.
I think what I've heard is that the witness is saying when he's investigating, he has to conduct first, not the charge, and then sort of conduct. And he goes by what the conduct is, and then examines the department's rules and regulations. Are you asking what unbecoming conduct is?
His understanding, based on his experience.
I'll allow him to answer the question.
I'm fine with that question.
If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I mean, that was my question. It might have been
So,
improperly worded.
It is a process. I'm allowing you to ask a question.
So you asked me what my understanding of 5.2 is?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it says that the behavior of a member, whether on duty or off duty, should reflect favorably upon the department.
Okay. And in fact, 5.3 reads, does it not, on page RO644, members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession, correct?
It does.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform. I'm sorry. Do you want me to start again?
Yes, it's meant to take it from members.
I'll start all over.
Okay, thank you.
5.3 general conduct, DLT, reads as follows. Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you have said that Michael Proctor brought the department into disrepute, right? That was one of your standard sustained findings?
Yes.
I believe it's Respondents Exhibit 26. just have a moment, Madam Commissioner.
Of course.
Sir, I have it in front of me now. Respondents Exhibit 26, if you have it in front of you.
I do.
It is RO 667.
Yes, sir.
Could you look at page 3 of that document, which is RO 669?
Yes, sir.
And do you see there 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
I do.
And what is the level of discipline that is titled per the regulations of the state police?
Class B.
And there's 5.21, which is also Class B, correct?
Correct.
There's also 5.2.2, which is Class A, B, or C, correct?
Correct.
All right, but 5.2.2 is not related to this because 5.2.2 says members shall not frequent or remain in any place where they know or should know criminal activity is occurring unless in the performance of the duty or official business, correct?
I have to check that.
I'm sorry. Back to RO 643.
Yes, that is correct.
So, and that doesn't apply in this case.
It does not.
And 5.3 above that general conduct, which we just read, that's a Class B.
It is.
And if you can look back on page 1 of this appendix for the state police rules, a first offense Class B carries no more than a suspension without pay of 30 days, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with unbecoming conduct, correct?
I don't believe he was.
Now, you also investigated Michael Proctor for this allegation of drinking on duty, correct?
I did.
And this concerned a trip to the Cape in July of 22, correct?
Correct.
And it had nothing to do with the Karen Reed case, correct?
No.
And this came up only because you started to put a magnifying glass on Michael Proctor, correct? The investigation. Argument. I thought this was cross-examined, sorry.
Yeah, still no argument is allowed under cross-examination, and counsel
You have
knows
to
that.
address me, not each other. Please, with the cross-talk. Okay? I'll allow him to ask questions to Rowan.
You started to focus on Michael, the department, and you started to focus on Michael Proctor, correct?
No, the alcohol aspect became a focus of the investigation because that's what he testified to in the trial.
Okay, right. So he had volunteered that information.
Yes.
Okay, fine. In any event, it came up unrelated to Karen Reed's case, correct? Except it came up in the trial.
Correct, yes.
But July of 22 going
Yes,
to
sir.
the Cape had nothing to do with Karen
Unrelated
Reed.
to the Karen Reed investigation, correct.
And so the trip to the Cape wasn't to go to the beach, correct?
No, it was not.
It was with another law enforcement officer, correct?
It was.
And it was to investigate a cold case, correct?
It was an unrelated invest, yes.
Cold case.
correct.
What is a cold case?
So I'm not assigned to the cold case unit, but it's typically a case that has been around for a certain amount of time, and as they get older and needs lessen, it becomes a cold case. Again, that's a very rudimentary.
Term.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. In any event, he went to the Cape on business, on job duty.
Correct.
to investigate, to speak to witnesses, correct?
He did.
And in the investigation that you conducted, his interview, I should say, he was completely truthful about what occurred that day, correct?
Correct.
And all of his statements were confirmed by this auto vehicle locator device that are in the cruisers, correct?
It was.
And it was all his testimony, and his timeline was confirmed by the administrative log, correct?
Yes.
And when he went down to the Cape, he wasn't wearing a standard French electric blue state police uniform, correct?
I don't believe he was. No.
He would have been dressed as an investigator with a suit on, probably.
Most likely, yes.
And he told you that he went down to the Cape in an unlocked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that he conducted interviews, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that on the way back, after working down the Cape all day, he went to dinner, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that he had 1 or 2 beers while he was having dinner.
He did.
And in fact, there's been a receipt produced from that dinner, correct? In this case?
Not to me, there was not.
We have Exhibit 39. Yes, it is. Sorry.
What number was it, sir?
Appellant's 39, APP 0263.
Okay, sir.
Have you ever seen this document?
I have not.
Okay. And you're not aware of a receipt?
Prior to today, in preparation for today, yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you familiar with the fact that this was an investigation by the local police department concerning that day?
Yes.
And they obtained from the Treehouse Brewing Company in Sandwich a charge for $34?
Yes, I do see that, yes.
And that was for the dinner and the drinks at that establishment, correct?
That's what it shows, yes.
And there was another stop where somebody purchased something else, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, Michael Proctor told you that he, by no means was he intoxicated as a result of having dinner and 1 or 2 beers, correct?
Correct.
And he never told you that the other officer was intoxicated, correct?
Correct.
And he told you also that when he went into the restaurant, he locked his firearm in his glove box, correct?
He did.
And that is appropriate for a policy in the law, correct?
I don't know if it was a glove box, but it was locked in an approved container.
Okay. And he did not inappropriately request overtime, correct?
He did not.
Look at it a moment. Could we go to Appellant's Exhibit 38, please, which is APP 0245?
What was the exhibit again, sir?
I'm sorry, the APP number?
No, the
base
exhibit.
number. Base number is 0245.
What was the exhibit number?
38.
38.
Appellant 38.
Oh, okay. I got it, sir.
All right. And so this is an email again from Suzanne Caravaggio to you, correct?
Correct.
And its subject is Proctor report, correct?
Yes.
And the date is now Friday, July 26th, 24, 11:36 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Late at night. And so Suzanne Caravaggio says, "Hi, Kevin. Attached, please find your report in Proctor with my latest additions and comments, questions. I'm on vacation next week and won't have access to my email, but you can reach me by phone with any concerns." Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm on vacation next week. I'm sorry.
I'll go back. I'm sorry. I'm thinking everyone has this in front of them. I'm sorry. Let me go back. So this is an email from Suzanne, correct?
It is, sir.
And it's to you, Kevin Dwyer.
Yes.
The subject is Proctor report, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated Friday, July 26, 2024, correct?
Correct.
At 11:36 p.m.
Yes.
The attachment is Proctor, case number, report, correct?
Yes.
And now this is a week after Michael Proctor's interview.
Correct.
And it reads, "Hi, Kevin. Attached, please find your report in Proctor with my latest additions and comments / questions," correct?
Yes.
He then goes on to tell you she's on vacation next week.
Correct.
So it's fair to say that Suzanne is making additional edits to your report, correct?
So again, the edits, I think it's important to point out that the edits are mainly grammar and formatting. The edits, the bulk of her, what I'm looking for is her questions and comments about what is in my report.
Okay. But in any event, this page now, this report has now grown to 16 pages.
Yeah. And again, that goes back to whenever she makes a comment or an edit in there, it doesn't take out the previous written, it just adds to that.
Yeah. So if you could look at page 14, which is APP 0259.
Yes, sir.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have 11 charges there, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, there are 12 charges, correct?
With the L, yes.
And are any of these findings different than the report you sent with sustained and not sustained findings before the interview?
Yes, it was determined that, I can't tell which one, but some of them were, they covered the same aspect. So we decided rather than have two separate ones to cover the same aspect, it was combined into one charge or one file.
Okay, but my question is, the previous document we saw with the report with 12 findings.
Yep.
You now have a document a week after the interview. It still has 12 findings, correct?
I believe yes, I believe so.
And those findings that you had proposed before the interview have not changed now with this final editing process.
They did not.
And so then after this report's done, he's been interviewed, the report gets finished, and it goes to Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And he's the designee of the colonel.
He is.
And were you aware that Suzanne and I were communicating as early as July 22 about scheduling a trial board before the report was submitted?
No, sir.
And I assume you're not aware either of, in early August, that I was questioning about a trial, date for a trial.
No, sir. I'm not involved in the communications.
Are you aware of the fact that the trial board was scheduled for September 5th?
I believe, I can't say for certain.
Sorry, say that again.
I can't say for certain.
All right. Now you're aware that the after this all began July 1st, that soon thereafter the state police asked Michael Proctor to surrender his work phone.
Yes.
And the work phone would be one that the DAs provided him with.
Yes.
And Michael Proctor voluntarily produced his work phone to the state police on July 10th, correct?
Yes.
And he also provided, Jen Staples, counsel for legal, asked me to have him provide his passcode, correct?
Correct.
And he voluntarily gave the passcode, correct?
He did.
And so then that phone was then extracted for other information, correct?
It was, yes.
What was the purpose of extracting his work phone?
To determine if there were any other text messages in that phone that could have been derogatory about Karen Reed or other cases.
And that phone was extracted. Who's Matthew LaVoy?
He's the lieutenant that runs the unit that has the technology to get that information.
Was it he or under his direction that work phone was extracted?
Yes.
And then you saw that report, correct?
Yes.
And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 26, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so APP 0129 Bates number, we have that in front of you.
I do, sir.
And this is a, first of all, down the bottom, we'll work backwards. There's an email there from you, correct?
It is.
Dated August 2nd of 24 at 11:30 a.m.
Yes.
And it's to Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Yes.
And to Captain O'Rourke.
Yes.
And to DLT Goslin.
Correct.
And to Siobhan Kelly, legal counsel, correct?
Correct.
And copied on it is Scott Cooper. Who's Scott Cooper?
He was another DLT that was an OPIA.
Okay. And also David Toomey. Who's David Toomey?
He's another DLT that's an OPIA.
All right. And the subject of this email is Proctor work cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And you say, good morning all. The iCloud for Proctor's work phone was looked at today. There was hardly anything on there other than some photos and videos related to evidence from the Reed trial, in parentheses, the Canton driveway and plow truck, that I believe has already been entered into the trial. There were no messages or other content. The iCloud has 5 gigabytes of storage and available, and only 7% of it was used, which supports that there is hardly anything there. From what can be seen, there is nothing currently in the iCloud that would be of concern. If anything new was learned, we will pass it along. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So nothing was found on the work phone.
Correct.
And so next, the department decided to go a step further and do what's called a cruiser dump, correct?
Correct.
What is a cruiser dump?
So again, I'm not a technical person. My understanding is that I believe that when certain smartphones connect via Bluetooth to a vehicle, that some information can't get stored on the computers, the vehicle's computer. So a cruiser dump is essentially taking or searching his cruiser's computer to see if there's any data from the cell phone on there.
So, I mean, to back up, the work phone would be the department phone.
Correct.
And the cruiser obviously is a department, personal property of the department.
Yes.
And so the cruiser dump would be designed to try to find something incriminating against Michael Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Well, I'll rephrase it. What's the purpose?
Can we go to sidebar?
Please come to sidebar. Please come to sidebar.
You know, they didn't even check Karen's vehicle. They just started tearing it apart. Nilly-willy, they just went and tore her car apart and gave her here's what's left. But they can go and do a data dump on the car, which we all know, if you connect to Bluetooth, it sucks over all your Bluetooth data, including messages. And his cruiser's connecting like that. Not his cruiser. So what this guy's complaining about is something I don't understand. So I'm cooking lunch. So you kind of got to hold on a second. All right, everybody. Just so you know, let me make myself a little bigger here. Can I do this? Yeah. So you know what I've been doing. These are my fins. Go to my rocket. I'm building a new one. And I had to put the lines on them. So the lines. I had to draw and measure those lines on all 6 fins. So I know where to grind so that these fins are sharp. The edges of these fins here right now are flat. See them, how they're flat? It has to be sharp. So I'm going to grind off the plastic till I get to the plastic line, and that'll be my angle. And if I do it on both sides, it'll taper down to a nice point. And that's what you want. That will add a lot of real estate just by doing that. But the problem is I got 6 of them I got to do. These are 3 in the bottom. And these are my 3 on the top. I tried it the other way around. No. All right, going back.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask the question in a different way, sir. What is, first of all, the state police in August of 24 performed a cruiser dump on Michael Proctor's cruiser, correct?
Correct.
What is a cruiser dump?
Again, a cruiser dump, without the technical knowledge, it's essentially to see if
That's on them. Sounds horrible on their end.
His cruiser via Bluetooth, because it is known that sometimes information from a cell phone can be stored on a vehicle's computer when that connection happens.
And in this particular case, what was the purpose of performing this cruiser dump?
To ensure that we did a thorough search to find any other possible relevant text messages that may have existed on his cell phone.
And is it fair to say nothing was found?
Correct.
And so there were 2 devices belonging to the state police that were searched and dumped, correct?
Correct.
Nothing was found in either one.
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you were focusing quite a bit on Michael Proctor's case in July and August of 24?
Yes.
I'd like to go to Appellant's Exhibit 40. And it's a bait scan 268. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And so this is an email from you to Robin Marrera, correct?
Correct.
And who is Robin Marrera?
Robin Marrera works in the Division of Standards and Training. One of her functions is to complete the transcripts of interviews that are done.
She's a stenographer, essentially.
Correct, yes.
And it's copied to Jeremy Sweeney, and he's your colleague?
Correct.
And it's dated, it's the subject, I'm sorry, it says interview transcript, and then there's the case number, correct?
Correct.
And it's dated Friday, July 19, 2024 at 6:31 p.m., correct?
Correct.
That's the same day as Michael Proctor's interview.
It is.
And it's at the afternoon following the interview, correct?
Correct.
And you say, hi, Robin. I uploaded an interview with Michael Proctor to your SharePoint folder. Interview was conducted today at GHQ by Sweeney and I. Others present were Sergeant Christopher Johnson, Attorney Daniel Moynihan, and Attorney Michael DiStefano, correct?
Yes.
The next line says, I'm sure you have others you're working on, but can this one move to the top of your list? This is a priority case for the department. Those were your words, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've told us a number of times that no one at the department told you that this case was a rush, correct?
Correct.
What's the difference between it being a priority case and a rush?
Certain cases always take priority over other cases. It is no secret that there was heavy media attention on this case. Based on that, this would be a priority case in addition to the allegations that were made. When I sent this interview, when I sent this email to Robin, this was an effort to her to move this transcript to the front of the list, take it to, she has a long list of interviews that she transcribes. So it's an effort to say, this one is a priority. Can you please move this to the top of your list?
So although no one told you to rush the case, it was a priority.
Correct.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 45, please, APP 0283?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was introduced as an exhibit in the trial, correct?
It was.
And this is an email from Jen Prokopovich, correct?
Prokopovich, yes.
And who is she?
She works in the DST.
And what is her job? Duties?
One of her duties is to assist with the administrative side of the house.
And is she the person who typically sends out case reports, ID case reports?
Yes, typically.
And charge sheets?
Correct. I believe so. That's my understanding.
And also letters of recommendation of discipline?
I believe they come from her, but again, it's not something that I'm involved in.
And you're aware of the fact that this was sent to me on August 15th?
Yes.
And that was admitted in the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And there's a cover letter dated August 15th, correct?
Yes.
And this letter is from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It is.
And he is the designee of the colonel.
Correct.
And on this letter, there is a recommendation for termination, correct?
Correct.
That was August 15th of 24.
It was.
And are you aware of the fact that the report was recalled after that?
I learned that after the fact, yes, at the trial board.
And this letter of termination, which was a recommendation from the designee of the colonel, was introduced at the trial board, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that the trial board was postponed again from September?
Yes.
And if you could look at Exhibit 47, please. Appellant's Exhibit 47.
Yes, sir.
And this is a bait stamp number APP 0292.
Yes.
And this also is another email from Jenny Prokopovich, correct?
Yes.
And this one is dated October 29th of 24, correct?
It is.
And it says, good afternoon, Attorney Moynihan, attached please find a cover letter on the charge sheet regarding the Michael Proctor's case number, correct?
Yes.
And
That number again, Mr. Moynihan?
APP 0292.
What's the number?
Exhibit 47. I was just making, if
Oh,
I
sorry.
may proceed,
Please go ahead.
I didn't know if you were ready. Thank you. So DLT, this is from Jenny Prokovich, I'm sorry if I'm destroying her name, and it's dated October 29th of 24, correct?
Correct.
And again, this attaches a letter of recommendation from Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It does.
It's just a different date on it, October 29th, correct?
Yes.
And it again recommends termination of Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And then we have the charge sheet accompanying it, correct?
Yes.
And this time the report was included with the recommendation of termination, correct? It's not with the exhibit, but if you don't know that.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay, fair enough. And Colonel Noble was sworn in as the new colonel in early October of 24, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the next step in the normal process of an IA case is after I or counsel gets report that we try to negotiate some resolution, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we can't, we go to a trial board.
Correct.
And in this case, we did have a trial board. We had 3 days, correct?
Yep, yes we did.
I have a moment. It's Respondents Exhibit 28, DOT. And we'll go first to R0677.
Yes, sir.
And the first, are you there, sir?
I am.
All right. And so we had 3 days of a trial board in early 25, correct?
We did.
And without knowing, I would suggest January 15th, February 10th, March 13th, those sound familiar?
Yes.
So the first day was January 15th, and that's the day that the trial board was first sat, correct?
Yes.
And so on this trial board, we had Captain Timothy Blackwell, correct?
Yes.
And he was the president of the board member, correct?
Correct.
We had Lieutenant Talitha McCarthy Johnson as the secretary of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And we had Lieutenant Stephen Heen, H-E-A-N, as a member of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And the location of this was at the headquarters in the second floor, correct?
It was.
And if we could look at Respondents Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
But I just need to find it. And this would be R0658, Bates number.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is Article 6 of the Regulations of the State Police, correct?
Yes.
And if you could turn, sir, to RO 6.5.1, which is Bates stamp number 662.
I'm there, sir.
6.5 deals with hearing on charges, correct?
Yes.
And it's 651, a member who has served for 1 year or more and has been formally charged in accordance with department rules and regulations shall be tried by a state police trial board appointed by the colonel/superintendent, correct?
Correct.
Now, so it makes clear that the colonel decides who sits on the trial board, right?
Correct.
And so Blackwell, McCarthy, Johnson, and Heen were appointed by Colonel Noble. Is that fair to say?
Based on that, but again, I'm not involved in that in the selection process.
Well,
but yes, they were appointed as the board members.
And in January 25, the colonel was Colonel Noble,
Correct. Correct.
And this occurred in January 25.
Correct.
And so policy tells us that the board members are appointed by the colonel.
Yes, sir.
And if you could look at 6.7.8, and 6.7, first of all, governs the proceedings of trial boards, correct?
Yes.
And 6.7.8 on Bates stamp number 663 reads that the trial board, by a majority vote and in writing, shall summarize the evidence and make findings of fact. The trial board shall enter a determination of guilty or not guilty for each charge specification. I read that correctly?
You did.
And it then tells us that the board shall forward their findings to the lieutenant colonel / department superintendent, correct?
Were you seeing that, sir?
6.7 on the following page, 664.
Yes.
So in this trial board for Michael Proctor, we had 2 recommendations from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker as designee of the colonel, wherein he recommended termination, correct?
Correct.
Those were introduced as evidence.
Yes.
We then had a trial board that was appointed by the colonel, correct?
Correct.
And it was their decision to decide guilt or innocence.
Yes.
I have Exhibit 56. We go to Appellant's Exhibit 56.
No, sir.
This would be Appellant's Exhibit 37, page 372. And what is this, sir?
This is Article 3 of the Rules and Regulations, for the regulations establishing the duties of sworn members and civilian employees.
And under 3.1, it's titled Superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And it tells us that under 3.1, the superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police, that would be Colonel Noble, correct?
Correct.
Or Colonel Mon, remember,
Correct.
also known as the superintendent.
Yes, sir.
That he shall hold the rank of colonel and shall be the executive and administrative officer of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Correct.
They shall promulgate all rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives governing the Massachusetts State Police, including, but not limited to, discipline, organization, government, administration, training, and compensation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Those are all the powers of the superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And then it describes the deputy superintendent powers, correct?
Correct.
If you could go to 3.3 on page 0373.
Yes.
And this is entitled Staff Officers, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, staff officers, with the exception of the colonel / superintendent, shall be appointed by the colonel / superintendent and shall exercise such authority and supervision over the functions of the Mass State Police as may be assigned, correct?
Yes.
And it then tells us 3.3.1, the term staff officer shall include the following ranks: colonel / superintendent, lieutenant colonel / deputy superintendent, lieutenant colonel, and then major, correct?
Correct.
And then it tells us in 3.3.2 that the colonel / superintendent shall fill vacancies in the ranks of lieutenant colonel, deputy superintendent, lieutenant colonel, and major with those officers who are eligible for such promotions, correct?
Yes.
Officers so appointed may be returned to their previous rank or to the rank of captain at the discretion of the colonel / superintendent.
Correct.
I read that correctly?
You did.
And so is it fair to say that the colonel has authority to promote and demote?
Correct.
And 3.4 deals with commissioned officers, correct?
Yes.
and tells us that a commissioned officer shall exercise such authority and supervision over the functions of the Mass State Police as may be assigned by senior supervisory members or proper authority, correct?
Yes.
And 3.4.1 tells us that the term commissioned officer shall include the following ranks. 1, detective captain. 2, captain. 3, detective lieutenant. 4, lieutenant, correct?
Correct.
It then goes on in 3.42 and tells us that the colonel superintendent shall fill vacancies in the ranks of detective captain from officers holding the rank of captain, and shall fill vacancies in the rank of detective lieutenant from officers holding the rank of lieutenant. Any officer so appointed to the rank of captain, of detective captain or detective lieutenant may be returned to their previous rank at the discretion of the colonel/superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so in this trial board for Michael Proctor, with those 3 commissioned officers who are appointed by the colonels and who received into evidence 2 letters of recommendation of termination, it was their task to decide whether Michael Proctor should have been terminated, correct?
I believe it's their task to find guilt or not guilt.
And to make a recommendation.
Correct, yes.
And they recommended termination.
They did. They did.
Objection. Can we go to sidebar, please?
And it is that trial board. Oh, I didn't know we objected.
afternoon. The time is now 12:46 p.m. We're back on the record.
Board we talked about is tasked with deciding guilt or innocence, correct?
Correct.
And they're also tasked with coming up with a recommendation for discipline, correct?
Correct.
And it is that trial board's decision, which is the reason that we've appealed this to this body, correct?
Correct.
Now, looking back at Appellant's Exhibit 56, page 0375.
Yes, sir.
So, looking at 3.7, entitled Supervisory Members, you see that?
I do.
And it talks about the duties of supervisory members, correct?
It does.
And then on to the next page, 0375, 3.7 is continued, correct?
Yes.
And it says supervisory member, I think it should be plural, shall, and there's a colon there, correct?
Yes.
And there are numerous subsections. It looks like there are 12 of them going on to the next page, right?
There are, yes.
So 3.7.7 says that supervisory members shall ensure that rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives of the Massachusetts State Police are enforced and adhered to by employees under their charge, correct?
Correct.
3.7.11 says that supervisory members shall, and then it says, any unusual occurrence that may have an adverse impact upon the Massachusetts State Police shall be reported through channels to the division commander and as appropriate to the colonel superintendent, correct?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
If you learn of something that could impact the job's duties or performance, it needs to be forwarded through the chain of command.
Okay, and then the next page, 3.7.12. Again, supervisory members' responsibility. Any unusual occurrence that may result in a question of the department's liability and/or result in heightened community or media interest shall be reported through channels to the division commander and as appropriate to the colonel superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
Same as the previous. If you learn of something that could be impactful, it needs to be forwarded to the chain of command.
Do I just have a moment? I may be wrapping up there, Commissioner. That's all the questions I have at this time.
All right,
Thank you,
very
DOT.
much. Thank you very much. So it's a good time to take our lunch break. It's now
12:49 p.m. We ended earlier than I thought we would. Let me go off the record.
This morning, the plan that they have in place to provide help to these victims.
Right.
And
it's a lot of victims. And remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so gunshot wounds, it's a smaller area in their body there, so it'd have a larger impact for them. I'm thinking today of what conversations families are having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter, it was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why?
Worked this morning, the plan that they have in place to provide help to these victims.
Right.
And
it's a lot of victims. And remember, these victims, many of them, most of them are children, right? And so gunshot wounds, it's a smaller area in their body there, so it'd have a larger impact for them. I'm thinking today of what conversations families are having right now. I think back, I have children who are in this age, who are these elementary school kids here, middle school kids here. And I remember a couple years back, my one daughter, it was after a school shooting, and I remember her asking me, why? Mommy, why would someone do this? And I remember at the time thinking, Connie, I don't know. I don't have the right answer for you. And in that time, in these past couple of years, I still don't have the right answer for you. But this is a time now where whether or not you have any connection to this school, whether or not, you know, you've started school or you haven't started school, these are conversations all across Minnesota that we're going to be having today with our families. I mean, there's kids, you know, kids are so anxious about going, many kids, I should say, not all kids, but many kids are anxious about starting the school year. Maybe you have a new kindergartner, maybe you have a fourth grader that's really anxious. They hear something like this. It's hard to escape the news these days. And these are the conversations that parents are going to be having. As so some kids have already gone back to school, as you can see here, but many kids headed back to school next Tuesday.
It's just not it's not the way to start the school year.
No,
it's an awful way to start the school year for families to have these real conversations. And tonight's gonna be tough.
Well, you think about the families who sent their kid off to school today and who aren't coming home. And
You think about those communities. You think about this community and the conversation about what they're going to have today and what you do to. Will you ever feel whole? Like I just can't I don't think anyone can wrap their heads around it. It's still.
No, I'm just thinking about all these families who are there and the families of the 8-year-old and the 10-year-old who didn't make it out of mass today, and what that is doing to their families.
Yeah.
You know, the chief said that their families have been notified, and I'm hearing about the parents who were there, you know, with their kids, with one of those kids, and how I don't even have the words to describe what that must have been like. You can't even fathom it, imagine it for that family.
No.
And you know, it's that's what I'm thinking about as we're learning all of this is how do you move
forward?
Do this?
How do you navigate?
I don't know that you do.
Yeah, you don't. And then the conversation that expands beyond this community of what this looks like and what does school safety look like as you go as other kids start school and go back to school.
That's where the immediate thought probably needs to be. It's with those families, how they are doing, and with those families whose loved ones are in surgery right now.
Right. Mayor Fry said it too. He said, this is the time where we need to come together and wrap our arms around these families here. These are Minnesota children here. These are Minnesota families.
Right.
And this is when we need to come together and just let them know that they are loved.
Stand by them.
They're
Love
supported.
them. Support
What the
them.
hell is
That's
going
what
on
we
here?
That's
Really?
Now,
What
right?
the
So
hell?
many people are feeling so hopeless and helpless and wondering why.
17
I know,
hurt.
just as a journalist, I've dreaded
17,
having to cover a story
18,
like
19
this,
rounds.
you know, but
Jesus.
It's tough. It's tough. It's a collective toll, but you think about those families that are directly involved in South Minneapolis right now.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been showing you some live pictures of the scene over at the Annunciation Catholic Church, the Annunciation School there. We've been showing you these live pictures. We have reporters on scene there, and they've told us that police have actually expanded the perimeter there. We know they actually are doing searches in the area. We understand that the shooter parked in the parking lot over at the school. They had dogs out, sniffing out in that area. And so they've expanded that perimeter there. And I have to think probably some of it is to give some of those families who were reuniting now a little bit more space for them to be able to leave.
I can't imagine my kid going to school and getting shot and not coming home.
Head out,
I mean, where do you even start with that?
But so they are
How?
continuing to be there on scene to talk to people. I know they've talked to several witnesses there, so we'll continue to give you that information just as soon as it becomes available to us there.
No need for
we
this.
have crews across the metro as we are covering this from at the hospitals to the scene to other locations, and it's all to bring you the latest information on this terrible tragedy that has happened in our community. I think has impacted all of us. I'm sure you all have been getting messages as we've been sitting here from people just saying, my gosh, and I don't have words, and whatever it is.
Yeah, what do you say? What do you say?
To learn more, just to check in is because you care about people in this moment and you realize who's important and what's important.
Yeah.
Right. And I also want you all to be aware, to pull the curtain back just a little bit on how we operate here, is that the information that we give you has been fully sourced, has been fully vetted. I'm sure as anyone would do, you're going online, you're looking for as much information as you can get. So understand that the information that we are giving from you is coming in from official sources, coming in from the hospitals, coming in from the doctors there. And also want you to understand that we too, as journalists, are people out there. So our reporters out there on scene who are seeing these families who are perhaps hugging or crying, we are judicial in what we choose to show, because this is the worst day of their lives for many people right now out there in that church, in that school in South Minneapolis.
So we try to be sensitive to that and understand that this is much bigger than just a story, if you will.
While at the same time trying to cover this story for all of you who want to know and want to learn more information about what is happening here. It is a balancing act.
Yeah. I want to let you know that we do have crews throughout the metro. We checked in with Susan Elizabeth Littlefield. She was at Children's Hospital. We checked in with John Lauritsen. He was at HCMC. We also checked in with Caroline Cummings, Barrett Leone. They are live at the scene. Jason Rantala live at the scene as well. So what they're doing is also giving us those firsthand accounts. They've been able to speak with people who witnessed it. Maybe someone who was there.
Right here.
Here's HCMC here. So we're getting those firsthand accounts because we know that those really help to tell the story.
Can you imagine living in Minneapolis right now and your source of information is WCCO there? We're letting our national audience listen in to how they're serving their community right now after the shooting that killed 2 children, ages 8 and 10, who were at a mass celebrating the first week of school. Let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. Nicole, what are your sources telling you right now?
Reed, good to be with you. And right now, police on the scene are continuing to search through the suspect's vehicle. They've ruled out any improvised explosive devices, although they did find something that looked very much like a firework or smoke bomb within that vehicle itself. We know that the shooter fired off dozens of rounds, most all of them from outside of the church as he was approaching the side of that church. All in all, there were 3 weapons that were fired: a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, that rifle being a semi-automatic weapon. And investigators on the scene, including those with the ATF, are taking a closer look at those weapons right now, trying to determine if they were legally or illegally obtained, if there are any written descriptions on the weapons itself, and really just searching for a motivation. Now, the FBI scrubbing social media to determine whether or not or any videos that were broadcasted prior to when the event took place. What we know about the event so far, there have been killings just shortly after 8:15 local time. The shooter approaching a student-wide mass, kindergarten through 8th grade. We're talking about 3-year-olds through 13-year-olds who were kneeling in the pews praying when shots were fired. We know that 2 students are dead, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and that their parents have been notified. The rest of the students taken into school for reunification with their parents, with the exception of 14 children that were transported to area hospitals and were injured, 2 of those children in critical condition. And in addition to that, an additional 3 adults who were also injured during this shooting itself. Now, at this point, good news from police is that they believe the threat to the public is no longer. At this point, they're still early on in their investigation, but they believe that this had the makings of a lone wolf attacker, this individual having no accomplices. What it doesn't mean is that people didn't know what was going on in this 22-year-old's life when he chose to act out violently in this way. So right now, we also know that investigators are trying to get in contact with his family, trying to interview friends, associates, for any sort of explanation as to why this might have happened, as they try to make these heartbroken families whole.
Well, and speaking of that effort, we understand that of the children who've been transported to local hospitals there, 9 of the 11 are children ages 6 to 14 who are in surgery at that level 1 trauma center. Scott McFarland reported earlier that there's a framework by which the FBI addresses these situations when they go in. They look to see if the shooter perhaps had some connection to the church or perhaps some gripe with the religion. Are we getting any sense about where the shooter comes from, how he knew about the comings and goings of this church, the very schedule of that mass this morning?
Yeah, there is some indication that the shooter knew that this would be a widely attended mass. This mass takes place every Wednesday at 8:15 a.m. This was the first big welcome back to school mass. It was the first week of school for these individuals at Annunciation Church and part of this school district. So some indication there. As far as a specific connection, though, to the school or the church itself, authorities say that at this point, they're not aware of that the shooter was a former student or a former employee. That's not the case, at least this far in the investigation. But certainly, as they continue to piece together the details surrounding this tragic incident, investigators are looking into why this location, why this target was chosen in particular, Reed. And that is one of the bigger questions here. We also know that the suspect had no significant criminal record at this point. Not a lot of red flags, it looks like, for law enforcement to piece together in terms of why this happened and why now.
President Trump and members of his cabinet are avowing the full support of the federal government as this investigation and response plays out. Nicole Skanga, thank you for that. And to that point, to the response, CBS News Minnesota just got an opportunity to talk to Senator Amy Klobuchar there. Let's listen.
Yes, Senator Amy Klobuchar, kind enough to come in here and talk about this situation. Senator Klobuchar, I know that you have a former staffer whose child was actually in the mass.
Yes.
Tell me about that, because I know you've spoken to the mom.
I have. Kate Nyland and her daughter Cora and two other children were in there. There were so many families. The kids were packed into the church because it's the beginning of school. It's the all-school mass. It's little kids. Imagine, preschool to 8th grade. Her daughter was one of the older ones, literally witnessed several of her friends shot in the stomach, in the neck. Once they got out, she personally told one of the dads of one of the friends that had been shot that her friend had been shot. You think about
this 12-year-old child.
Yes, and you think about them in there scrambling to hide literally under the pews, having just been praying, and then the next thing you know, shots are coming through these windows. They're stuck inside. I know we're going to hear heroic stories of some of the adults in the room. Several of them were shot. We know that. We know of the 2 8 and 10-year-old killed right now. We know there's 14 kids injured, several seriously, but we also know there were at least 3 adults that were shot as well and have survived. And so we don't know if they were part of the service, if they were teachers, but I'm sure we're going to hear the stories of how lives were saved.
Did Kate give any more details that her daughter shared with her?
Just that it just the massive horror of watching these kids get shot and then laying down underneath these pews trying to save herself. That's what they had been instructed to do, which was the right thing. And I don't know the details about as she shared about the doors being barricaded and how many tried to get out and where they were shot. But I do think the fact that we have such great hospitals like Minneapolis Children's nearby is going to save lives. You think about these parents whose kids are right now on the operating table. They dropped them off at school like so many parents do. I remember dropping my daughter off on her first day of school, bringing her to the bus, bringing her to the school. I'm not sure about that. I bet it was in the middle of the week, but it's that feeling of that first week of school where they're going back and they're excited and teachers, and to have this happen to such a beloved school. And as you and I were talking about, this isn't some isolated school. It's in a neighborhood with other schools around and high schools. And
Washington High School is right there. There are little businesses there. It's a wonderful community, a community where everybody kind of walks around and knows each other. One of the things, obviously, that people are going to focus on is that they don't hear. Now, Minneapolis, now it was South Minneapolis.
It has. You think about and by the way, so many of these shooters kind of fit this profile of a person. It's Uvalde, Uvalde, Texas, all those kids gunned down in the the facts are different. The guns may be different. They were in young guys that maybe shouldn't have had access to those guns. And I'm not here talking about hunters in Minnesota and parents hunting with their kids. I'm saying there must be some way with all of the resources available to our country that we're able to figure out on automatics, which may not have been used here. Clearly, those should not be in the hands of kids, and even some of our more conservative democratic centers at least support some of the movement on, say, 21 of getting those guns. Then you have doing something about just mental health checks and more on background checks. We just don't know the details of who this person was. I don't, but it's never one size fits all with these shootings. So I can't help but lead to is you first instinct, of course, is we've got to do everything we can to support these doctors and nurses saving the lives and support law enforcement and do everything we can to support this community. But there's got to be another piece of this. And the other piece of this is what we have to do about stopping these mass shootings, because Nashville, Tennessee, and a school there, as I mentioned, Buffalo, Uvalde, or what we saw at the Pulse nightclub in Florida, or the school in Connecticut. Minnesota is not alone here. This is not about one state. This is about states across the nation that have seen this. And in other countries, when they put certain laws in place, they've actually had better results.
I know that you have been expressed concern about the kind of rhetoric that is out there. And obviously, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, but the rhetoric is pretty heated right now. What are your thoughts about that?
I believe that this rhetoric is contributing to, I'm not going to say this specific thing because you never can tie it in until you know the facts. I think back to some of these things like when Speaker Pelosi's husband was hammered. And that there was a clear
attacker literally came in the house and attacked him.
Right, there was a clear through line to what that person was reading on the internet. I think about some of the shooters in Buffalo, Uvalde. There was a clear through line to them engaging in sites where they were trying to get these guns purchased that were automatic and were marketed to them and the like. Clearly, the internet has made things available to people and information available, and people who already maybe off balance, but they see this and then they keep fomenting in it. And so the anger and the hate, some of which is constitutionally allowed, that is for certain, but that anger and that hate is part of the issue here, because people just need to tone down their rhetoric. They need to look at actual solutions across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to guns, and acknowledge that this is not going to hurt hunting. It's not going to hurt lawful gun owners if we have better background checks, or if we do something about who gets assault weapons, or if we do something about ghost guns, which are common right now. We don't know how he got the shotgun, the rifle, and the pistol. We don't know if he purchased them himself or he just took them from somewhere. Sometimes it's lock boxes. The fact that we don't know now actually gives you a chance to step back and say, we know in every case the facts are different, but can't we agree that we can do some things that are going to hurt lawful gun owners that could actually prevent some of these things from happening?
What stings and is so horrible and shocking about this one is Mayor Jacob Fry said, we're beyond thoughts and prayers. I'm paraphrasing now. These children were literally praying. and that to think of them in their pews for a mass celebrating start of school. But it's...
Well, one of the most frustrating things is everyone, when things happen, they say, what can we do? And they immediately help those involved, obviously. But repeatedly, that's where it ends. And I just believe that there's more we can do. And I'm not just talking about our state. I really am talking about nationally, because so many of this things could be better handled if we had some national rules in place. And that's what he's saying there. The other thing he said was, which I thought was so moving, was when he said, these are everybody's kids. They could be your kids. And so I think the tendency sometimes is for people to say, well, anyone would have this reaction. Well, I'm so glad my kid wasn't in that school. I feel bad for these parents, but I'm so glad. But then you have to start thinking, but my kid could be next if we don't do something better. I've led the school violence funding bill with former Senator Hatch that actually passed in the wake of the some of the other shootings years ago. And we got that done. We have a robust grant program to help schools with better security. I know there's going to be a talk about this, but when there are so many guns out there and we're not doing anything to try to rein in who gets them, you're going to keep having these shootings regardless of that. I am more than happy to continue to work on school security, to continue to work on mental health and all the things that matter. But I'm telling you, you cannot protect against every single thing that a madman might do, as we learned from the deaths of Melissa and her husband. But at some point, you have to look at, well, let's see what other countries have done on guns that haven't interfered with hunting, and let's see if we can do that.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you so much for joining us to address this horrible tragedy. I want to send it back to the desk here. I understand they've got more information.
All right, thank you. Let's check out our Caroline Cummings. She's been live there at the scene at the Annunciation Catholic Church throughout the morning. Caroline.
Oh, hi there, Heather. I lost you there for a second, but yes, you are correct. We're right outside of the scene here at Annunciation Catholic School and Church. Earlier, we just moments ago, really, actually, we spoke with a fifth grader who was in Mass at the time that those shots rang out. He said he was right next to the windows, the stained glass windows you heard Police Chief Brian O'Hara describe as the way in which this gunman opened fire through those stained glass windows. And he talked about how they prepare for active shooter drills in school, but that it was never at church, which to me just struck me as just the innocence of this young boy, saying we practiced this, but we didn't practice it for this moment. And he also talked about how his friend dove over him, and he was hiding under a pew, and his friend was shot in the back. And he said his friend is so brave for doing that and protecting him. It was really so powerful to hear, and we want you to hear directly from this young, brave boy.
It was like the shots fired, and then we kind of like got under the pews. It kind of they shot through the stained glass windows, I think, and it was really scary.
What did you do after that?
Well, we waited like 10 to 5 minutes. I don't really know, and then we went to the gym, and then the doors locked just to make sure he didn't come, and we waited in the gym for more news, and everyone was okay. Or most people were okay.
Who are your friend, Wes?
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay.
So you heard it there from Wes, that really brave fifth grade boy who was in the church at the time this happened. He described seeing his mom when he could finally be reunited with her. And he said that he was relieved because he didn't know if he would see her again, what was going to happen in that moment. But yeah, just a harrowing tale of what happened inside the church this morning when Wes and so many other school children at Annunciation School were kicking off the school year, going to Mass in the middle of prayers. He said it happened really soon after Mass began, and it was just the unthinkable that unfolded thereafter, guys.
So scary and so brave at the same time. Jumping in to shield his
10 years
friend.
old.
10 years old.
That's great in there.
Caroline Cummings, we appreciate that update. We talked about before that, sometimes the firsthand accounts really help to tell the story.
Right.
And we're getting more and more of those coming into the newsroom. So we want to continue our coverage this morning. Jonah Kaplan, he joins us now from South Minneapolis. Jonah, I understand you had a chance to speak with a priest.
AJ, when we think about the many layers of this tragedy, whenever there's tragedy, people turn to their faith. They turn to their congregations, whether it's a church, a mosque, a synagogue. And here the very shooting took place at that house of worship where people come to find their sanctuary. And we were speaking with a pastor who was here with the children as they were awaiting their parents. And he shared an anecdote with me that how were they able to keep the kids calm? They were singing. And what was the song they were singing? Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I want to be a living sanctuary for you. And that was just on repeat. And that struck me on a number of levels, because that is a song that I sing with my own children at night. It is a song that can be ecumenical. It is one that can be sung in a home of any faith. And it is one that truly can ground all of us when we think of how to find the light amidst this darkness. And AJ, I know you and Heather, young kids like me, I just took my daughter to second grade, her first day yesterday. Coming up later this week, we're going to have the opening ceremony. Today was a mass, a Wednesday mass, which is of course common in the Catholic Church, but it was one of kind of the welcoming ceremony for this community and this school. There were multiple generations of people. We spoke with one man, his wife and their grandchildren were in the church together. They were in the pews and they were praying for a wonderful new year, a year of success, a year of growth. This is the time of renewal. And this, in some traditions, is really a new birthday of the world because of the kind of renewal we have. Yes, there's spring. Yes, there's January 1st. But in the fall, a new school year, a whole new year of growth ahead of us. And it just so hits home on so many layers. But to hear the pastor talk about that song, that hymn that the kids were speaking, it truly just touches the heart.
It sure does, Jonah. You know, because you think the challenge now that
Hearing some of the personal reflections of those who are covering this national tragedy. 2 students dead, ages 8 and 10. Others hurting on their way to the hospital there in Minneapolis. Let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joining us now live. What is happening there specific to the investigation, Sam?
Well, at this time, now that it appears that the scene of the crime has been stabilized and that there is no ongoing threat to the public, officers have identified the suspect. They are running his biographic information through criminal data sets to try to ascertain whether he had any kind of extensive history with the law. They are tracing the weapons, and I'm stressing weapons because at the press conference earlier, we were told that 3 different weapons were used for the dozens of shots fired. So the ATF is likely tracing all of those weapons to see if they were lawfully purchased. And then, of course, investigating if they should not have been sold to this individual, or if perhaps he got them from a family member or friend. So they're tracing the weapons, trying to figure out where they came from. They're also always going to be working to ascertain motive. Through the history of church shootings, school shootings, and mass casualty events at religious institutions across this country, there have been a range of motives. There have been racial motives, there have been personal hostilities that have led to these kinds of mass casualty events and more. So they're certainly trying to ascertain motive. And then they will try to piece together how this individual and over what period of time not just radicalized to violence and got inspired to act, but actually mobilized. Were there warning signs that were evident to individuals in his community, to his family, to his friends? What steps did he take between the moment that he mobilized to violence, when he left his home or wherever he was staying this morning, drove to the church, got out of his vehicle and started shooting innocent, unarmed children? Was there anything that should have tipped off law enforcement? That will be incredibly important as the community tries to prevent more of these attacks from occurring. They will also be scrubbing this individual's social media to see if he was in touch with anybody else. And then finally, after these kinds of high-profile mass casualty events, there was always a concern that there could be copycat attacks and individuals could see the kind of media attention this horrific incident is getting and themselves feel inspired to take similar action. So law enforcement, not just in Minneapolis, but across the country, will be on heightened alert for any kind of copycat threats that may emanate from today's horrific event.
For our viewers watching at home, also, if you're just now tuning in, you can see the headline there. But we also should tell our viewers, Sam, that the person who is thought to be the shooter here, police say took his own life and is no longer a threat to that community. I want to ask you about something that you said earlier on that CBS News special report. You mentioned being aware that communities all over our country have what you mentioned as being bespoke ways of responding and preventing things like this from happening. What do you mean by that? And specifically, what are you aware of in Minneapolis?
Well, during my work at the Department of Homeland Security, we worked with federal, state, local, private sector partners, nonprofits, to try to create networks in each community of individuals who were there to help if an individual was starting to radicalize or mobilize to violence. And we used to say that there is not solely a law enforcement solution to ending mass casualty events in this country. That is because many of these events are perpetrated by what we call lone wolves, individuals who decide to engage in these mass casualty events by themselves. They don't tip off others about their plans. And so what that means is that individuals in a community need to be aware of signs of suspicious behavior. Is an individual starting to stockpile weapons? Are they making generalized threats? Even if something doesn't not yet rise to the level of law enforcement activity, there are ways to get help. There are ways to seek mental health support, support for juveniles, and more. So the Department of Homeland Security had been working across the country to try to create these prevention networks in various communities. I traveled to Minneapolis and St. Paul to talk about this very issue. The office that had been doing this work has been significantly diminished under the current administration, but hopefully those prevention efforts and community-based prevention efforts will endure.
I just want to button up that. What do you mean by that office has been diminished?
There was an office at the Department of Homeland Security known as the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, or CP3. The staffing in that office has been significantly reduced. The funding for that office has been significantly reduced, and there is not an expert leading that office anymore. So in the absence of that office doing this critical community prevention work, I do hope that other federal, state, or local entities will step in and work with communities to try to create these prevention networks, because again, there is not solely a law enforcement solution to ending the epidemic of mass casualty events in this country.
Well, the mayor said earlier, Sam, we must stand with these families who are suffering, and trying to understand how this happened is one way to serve them. Sam Vinograd, it is always an honor to talk to you and cash in on your expertise. We appreciate you so much for serving the conversation today. All right, so let's get personal. There's a little boy named Weston in that community who tonight will shake in his bed. And our viewers had an opportunity to hear from him. Let's hear from one of the young people who was inside when the bullets started to be fired.
Let's listen to a fifth grader who says his friend saved him. Listen to this.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me.
That's scary.
Yeah.
You went under the pew after that happened?
Yeah. And
Is
then
that
I
what
got,
everyone tried to do?
I think I got like gunpowder on my neck. Yeah.
When you heard the shots, what went through your head?
I was like, the first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit.
Gosh, when you hear that about the bravery of that child to help his friend, and just a child describing that moment when he heard the gunshot and then realized that it was something more than just a noise he was hearing.
9 and 10-year-olds shouldn't have to save their classmates.
No, no. And you can imagine that the teachers, I'm sure, were doing the same thing in there. The adults that were in the room were doing the same thing there. I'm sure that is not the only story that we will hear of some bravery like that happened this morning in that church right there. Let's take a live look here in South Minneapolis. You can see the scene still quite active in this spot. We know families are still being reunified here, parents still coming in to pick up their kids. Again, this was started 15 minutes after school had started there in that spot. So people were already on their way with their day, whether they're heading back home or the kids were dropped off on the bus, then to be called back then there. There's a school shooting at your children's schools.
Imagine too, so you find out there's a school shooting that happens, you return to school, but you don't know anything else. You just know you need to get to school, but you can't. Crime scene tape is up, and now you are waiting just like everyone else to find out, is my child okay? Is my family member okay? Is my spouse okay if they're teaching at the school? And you have to wait just like everyone else to find that out. And
I think we have some sound from a grandfather who went through one of those scary moments.
inexplainable, and it happens way too much. And when it happens to your own children, then you're going to think very differently about this. There's only one way to think about it, and there's nothing this precious little boy ever did to deserve this. To go through it, it's just heartbreaking.
Right. Again, a grandfather of one of the students there at that school. So you know that this is a school, it is a true community school. It is a private school. It is a Catholic school there, but these are kids that come right from that neighborhood. It's right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis. You got a lot of Minneapolis kids there. You got a lot of Richfield kids coming in there. A lot of these kids, their own parents went to that own school. So I have no doubt that as parents rush to that school, grandparents rush to that school, friends rush down there to that school.
I just want to add perspective and context. So the grandfather that we just heard from, that was the grandfather of the 9-year-old. That's his granddad. So he's talking about, look, when this happens to your grandchild or someone, it hits differently and you take it differently. So that's the perspective that he is coming from it now. He is experiencing this firsthand, saying my grandson dealt with this, and maybe now he's saying I have a different mindset with this as well. So just the context there.
It's something that you can't say, well, this is over there or this happened to someone else. He now has this real in-person experience. And I think as you mentioned, AJ, earlier, they were talking about wrap your arms around everyone and think of all of these as our kids.
Yeah. Let's go back to the sound from that little one there that we had talked with earlier, talking about the drills that they do at school.
We practice it like every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the church though. Only in school, so it was way different.
And that is something that's different because we know that since Columbine, kids have done school drills. And Heather, as you
said,
mentioned,
every month they are doing these drills. These drills are very specific. They are told that they need to close the classroom door, that they need to hide there. No one prepares for someone to shoot into the windows of a church sanctuary where you have hundreds of children and community members sitting in there. Yes, they did these drills, but they did not do the drill in the church.
And they're all sitting there open, vulnerable, in these pews next to each other.
Why should they think they would ever need to?
Right.
And you think of church too as a place, come as you are, a place that's welcoming, and you don't imagine it being a place where you have to experience something like this. But when you think back to 2015 at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston,
absolutely,
just the impact, people worshiping and their life literally turned upside down. Kids today experiencing their lives turned upside down in a place that anyone would feel they should be safe.
And one of the more troubling details that we heard from the police chief, Brian O'Hara, was, and we need more context around this, but it sounds like at least some of the doors outside, they were barricaded.
Outside of the church.
Outside of the church were barricaded with these 2x4s. So it's disturbing to think that this could have been planned when we don't want to speculate because we don't have that information
We don't know how
yet.
those barricades got up there, but we do know that it could have meant entry, exit was blocked.
Exactly. So that's the other part. As this investigation unfolds, that part of the puzzle will still have to be told, because we know, Jen, as you talked about before, even though we are focused on the victims, as what we should be, there's a law enforcement side of this that is being put together as we speak right now.
There's the one side that we have our focus on, which are these victims, these families, the community, all of us who have been impacted by this. And at the same time, law enforcement is doing their job. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the FBI, the ATF, police, any resources they are pulling in right now to try to get more information about the suspected shooter, who we know died by suicide this morning. And if there was any notes, clues left behind, if there was any warning signs that were seen or missed. There's so many questions that they are working on right now to unravel. And in a time like this where there is such deep grief, it's hard to think about the person responsible, because we don't want, it doesn't change the grief and the pain that families and everyone is feeling. And there's a job that law enforcement needs to do to hold this person accountable and to find out information about them. And so that's part of what I've been tracking today to learn information. We know that this person is in their early 20s.
Listening to local coverage there in Minneapolis, Minnesota from our team at WCCO, as we see these pictures of parents being reunified with their children who were on the inside of that sanctuary as the bullets came through the windows from the shooter. And on that point, we do have some breaking news. 3 law enforcement sources tell CBS News that the shooter is identified as Robin Westman, 23 years old, from suburban Minneapolis. Once again, 3 law enforcement sources telling CBS News Robin Westman, age 23, from suburban Minneapolis. That bit of information coming from our affiliate WCCO, who we're going to listen to right now.
Horrific attack.
And when the chief spoke earlier, he was saying that he believed he acted alone. And he also added that he did not have an extensive known criminal history. So I'm sure they'll be looking further into that to see how any of these pieces
A
connect.
reminder here, this apartment is in Richfield. We know that the church, that the school is right on that border of Richfield and South Minneapolis. So not clear. We'll find more information in just a bit about exactly where this would be over here, but not far from where the school would be. Richfield's not a huge city down there.
So a couple of different scenes. So you've got the scene in Richfield. You also have the scene of the church and the school that's in South Minneapolis. We also have cameras over at HCMC. We have cameras over at Children's Hospital,
where they have victims there at both of those hospitals. So we have 7 victims now. An update from Children's just in the past minute or so. 7 patients there they are treating. We understand 17 patients were over at HCMC. Now, most of these patients, some adults were some of these victims, but most of these patients are children between the ages of 6 and 14 years old.
Yeah, last check, they said they were actually operating on 4 people right now. There are no fatalities. That was at HCMC, but you just alluded to 6 to 14 years old. So very, very young patients who are being operated on right now.
And we did get that information earlier from Jonah, from one of the council members, that one of these students, again, shot in the back, as we heard from one of the students who said he was actually shielded by his friend. And then we also heard from that same council member that there was an 11-year-old who was shot in the head. So just serious, extensive injuries that the medical teams are navigating.
We're coming up on 12:32, and if you're just now joining us, maybe this is a good point to do a reset as far as what we've learned so far this morning, because this has been a very, very active scene. Unfortunately, we have 2 children who are 8 and 10 years old who are dead after a shooting that took place inside a church. The shooter apparently outside, we heard from the police chief, fired shots outside the church, into the church, and this was during Mass today, Heather.
It was during a Mass for the school. In fact, Annunciation School is connected there to that church in that parish, and the students go to that Mass. It was a welcome back to school Mass. The students had just started there on Monday, so this was their celebratory Wednesday morning Catholic school Mass. That's, if you've gone to Catholic school, you know that the kids all join in there. So they were in the sanctuary. And one thing that really got me is we did talk to a boy who was in the church at the time. He was right near the stained glass windows where the shooter had been standing, shooting in from the outside. And he said, we do these drills all the time. We do these drills at least once a month, but we never did these drills inside the church. And all I can think of is, why would you think that you would ever have to do these drills inside that church there?
So first responders, the shooting takes place, first responders respond. And the thing that really stuck out to me is the first responders who go in there and they have to look in the classrooms. They have to look through the church and go room by room.
Right, the kids were in the church, and then many of them, you can only imagine here what had happened. The shooter, according to police, was shooting from outside into the church sanctuary. So you have to think that people had no idea what was happening, what it sounded like. Did it sound like firecrackers? Was something crumbling? And they didn't realize right away what was happening. And then they were told by the teachers, by other students, to hide there under the pew. So we understand from the chief that when officers went in there, they first went into the sanctuary to try to help those students and those staff that were injured there in that spot. But then they also fanned out through the school because people had run out of that sanctuary looking for places to hide in there. And I suspect that they were looking for closets or bathrooms and going to try and find some of these children, some of them as young as just 6 years old there. This is a K-8 school.
Let's listen to the mayor and his reaction to everything that unfolded. Mayor Jacob Fry.
The horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
We're also hearing from the president this morning, who says that he posted on Truth Social, I should say, "I've been fully briefed on the tragic shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI quickly responded and they are on the scene. The White House will continue to monitor this terrible situation. Please join me in praying for everyone involved." Again, that's coming from the President of the United States.
Right, and let's head back outside, take a live look at Annunciation Catholic School, Annunciation Catholic Church there over in South Minneapolis, right near the border of Richfield in that area, over in a busy spot, 54th and Lyndale. And as we've been mentioning all morning long, police asking right now people to just stay away from that area as families are being unified as they continue the investigation into what happened here just before.
Come on now.
And kind of speaking to how this is really
What's the church, man?
family in this
What's the
neighborhood.
church?
Caroline Cummings just sent a message saying she received a text from a state lawmaker who saw one of the earlier incidents, breathed a sigh of relief because he coaches someone and a bunch of the kids from the school who play sports at Richfield, and everyone's so connected here, and it doesn't just impact holding hands and reuniting, but there are people we don't see who are feeling the impact of this too.
Sheila, we've talked a lot about this morning, is that these students started school this week. There are so many students that start school on Tuesday. We already know that for many students, it comes with anxiety of heading back to school there. And the conversations that families are having today and over the next week are really challenging. I don't know, truly, I've been thinking about this throughout the morning as I go home, what you say to your kids about this.
Right, because some of them are they may be starting a new school, or they're just worried about the school year in general, and then you layer on top of it a tragedy of this magnitude, and it adds just another anxiety and more questions that parents are going to be trying to find answers to, and be leaning on some of those professionals in the mental health space for guidance on how do I reassure my child they're going to be okay, and that when you go to school, there are people that love and care about you that are going to make sure that you're safe, and finding the language around that to help them navigate a moment like this. Even if this wasn't their school, they still have to go to school.
Well, this goes to it takes a village, right? It takes a village. It's going to take a village for us to hear. I'm talking about Caroline Cummings because, Caroline, I just mentioned what you mentioned before. A huge sigh of relief, I'm sure, but then also heartache at the same time.
We're having a problem with Caroline's microphone there.
10-year-old.
There we go.
Oh, we're losing microphones here. Oh, can you hear me, guys? Okay. Yes, I got a text message from Representative Mike Howard. He lives in Richfield. He's a state representative, and he saw on TV as we took that interview with Weston, that really brave fifth grader you heard from earlier. And he says, I've been worried about him and was so happy to see him. He coached basketball for Weston and several other 10-year-olds, he tells me, who attend this school. He said something that I feel like really speaks to what you heard. He was so happy, he was so brave, sharing what it was like to be inside that church when those shots rang out. And he says, quote, it sucks that he would be brave. He was our most fearless and rowdy player. And he says there's a lot of anxious Richfield families trying to find out the status of the children and students here at Annunciation Catholic School, because a lot of them played sports in Richfield. And so it just kind of speaks to that kind of reverberation beyond just the four walls of that church and this school. This is a tragedy that touches so many in our community, and so many people have a connection to this school. And even if you don't, you are just waiting to hear good news about the condition of those children who are currently in the hospital, guys.
Yes, and Caroline, I'll say the same thing. My kids play hockey with a lot of the kids that go to Annunciation. So these kids know kids from all over. So as Shayla was mentioning, it's not just affecting the people in this school, it's all of their friends that are in all the other schools and those families as well there too.
You think about Weston in the 5th grade and him being so brave.
And his friend
and
being
his
so brave.
friend being so brave to shield him. Let's listen to Weston right now.
My mom was waiting outside of the church when it happened.
Yeah. What was it like seeing her?
I was super happy because I was scared that I wasn't gonna see her because I didn't know what was happening.
So brave.
Right, again, little Weston there, 5th grade there. Caroline Cummings, as she mentioned, has been talking to him throughout the morning there. Let's take you back out live to Richfield. This is where we understand there's a large law enforcement presence. This is at the home or one of the residences of the suspected shooter there. Jen, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, so what we know is that law enforcement had this name early on. So right away, they get to work when a situation like this happens. And they go to, the places that they go is look at the car, right? Look at what they had with them. But they also go to where they live and they try to contact anyone else who knows this person. And so this is one of the locations where we know that they've been there for at least an hour, possibly longer. And they're going through this apartment where the suspected shooter apparently lived. And they're looking for evidence, anything that would give them a clue, anything they can take back and look at electronically, maybe in a notebook, anything like that that they can take that could give them a clue as to why. Why?
Would the natural conclusion be to assume that wherever he worked, that would be a place that they would go next to speak with possible coworkers, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, if this person did have a job, they would go and try to connect with family, with coworkers, anyone that knew this person. They're likely combing social media, right? I mean, these are all things that are done in an investigation like this, and this is all happening simultaneously with everyone at the hospital who's working on these patients and doing everything. But this is a piece that happens when something as horrific as this does. And what we know is that this is a location where this suspected shooter, Robin Westman, 23, is known to live. And they are looking for any evidence and will be collecting anything that can help them in this investigation. We know this person came in with 3 guns, as we've heard, a shotgun, a rifle, a pistol, and was wearing all black. That's what we know about how this person appeared on the scene this morning when they opened fire into that church where they were holding mass.
Now, again, this apartment is in Richfield, and that school there, the church there, is right on the border of Minneapolis and Richfield in that spot. We did ask the police chief this morning if they understood that this person, the suspected shooter, had any connection to the school. And this was probably about 2 hours ago, the chief saying at the time that he wasn't sure. But this, of course, is something that they will be looking closely at as well.
Absolutely. That is one of the questions. Why this location? Why today? And did they have a connection to this school? had they been seen there before? Did they, had people recognized this person on campus previously, this week or prior? And so those are all questions that they will be looking into and hoping to get answers on.
Well, we know this is a very active scene. We know that police and law enforcement telling people to avoid the area right here around the church. This is 54th, is it 54th?
54th and Lindale.
54th
so it's
and
right
Lindale.
on 54th Street, but we understand that right now you can see it's a very busy area. They have a Kowalski's right there at the corner. They have restaurants, a gas station, several shops. The library's right just down the street on Lindale. They're asking people to stay out of that area. And we know our Barrett Leone and our Caroline Cummings and their photojournalists that they're working with have been on the scene all throughout the morning, and they have expanded that perimeter. You'd have to think part of it is part of the investigation. Another part of it may just be that the families are reunifying there and just to give them a little space as they come and reconnect with their children in that spot.
Yeah. So again, very active scene. That the great images that we did see today are those reunification scenes where families were coming out. We saw it looked like mothers or fathers with loved ones in arm, and that tonight, this is a video. Tonight there's going to be some very, very tough conversations, but also lots of hugs tonight. Making sure you hold on to those loved ones dearly. Just a tough day all around.
The other thing, too, is we just want to remind people right now, as you are all hungry, all of us are, for information about what is happening, what is going on. There's a lot of chatter online out there. So we ask that you just be careful with what you are able to discern and what you are able to read. We here are trying to give you the most accurate, most up-to-date information we have, with information that has been vetted or information that's coming from officials here. But we know plenty of chatter coming online, and just be careful as you continue to navigate this. It's not an easy thing.
Right. And we are making sure that we are confirming with authority or confirming with our sources that we have the right information that we're sharing with the community. And one thing I just looked at is just how close that location where agents are right now on scene. And it's less than a mile if you were to walk,
right?
And just over a mile if you were to drive. And so it's a close location. So that's something that they'll be looking at too. And that might be why they were able to get to this location in Richfield so quickly, because they did learn the name of the suspected shooter very quickly, Robin Westman, at 23 years old, and were able to find that information and start that process of the investigation.
Yeah. We know this is a really busy area, again, right on the border of Richfield and Minneapolis. So we know officers were able to arrive on scene very quickly. They have 2 large police departments down there. And what the chief told us, and what one of the witnesses told us, is that within minutes, they had several officers there that were getting inside, trying to help some of the victims. And we know in these situations, every second counts.
Well, the other thing is that, they didn't necessarily know what they were walking into.
Absolutely.
Initially they had the bomb squad called in because there was threat of a smoke bomb that was there too. So law enforcement, not necessarily knowing what they're walking into in that situation, they have to do their part. And they have to assess the situation that they make sure that they themselves are safe too.
Right. We want to check back in with our Caroline Cummings, who has been there throughout the morning in South Minneapolis, right outside the church. Caroline.
Well, hi there, Heather. So I am right at the corner of West 54th Street in Lindale. This is about as far as you can go when we're talking about the scene here. They have blocked off all of the streets surrounding the school. And so you can see blocked off here. Have experienced truly an unthinkable tragedy. You can see perhaps with Joel Cam here, our fearless photojournalist, that there is still police presence near the entrance of the school. That's where we saw children and their families leave earlier this morning. It's where I saw 2 young children with slings on their arm in the immediate aftermath of this. That was truly a hard thing to see, these little arms in slings, having been in mass and experiencing this really devastating tragedy. But yeah, still a lot going on here in Minneapolis as now investigators are kind of combing through the details of what happened here and learning more about that gunman too, guys.
And Caroline, we know that it certainly takes a village even in these investigations. We just got a statement in from the special agent in charge of Minneapolis Division of the FBI saying they are assisting their local partners Their hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the Minneapolis community as we face this senseless act of violence against innocent children. They say the FBI will devote every available resource to support this ongoing investigative effort.
Yeah. Again, this is an investigation.
CBS News 24/7 listening in to local coverage there in Minneapolis from our team at WCCO. We thank them for that bit of information. We also have some news to break as it relates to this mass shooting that has taken the lives of 2 children and sent so many other children to the hospital. They're literally fighting for their lives right now. Let's bring in CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga. Nicole, you've got some new reporting on the shooter.
Yeah, Reed, CBS News has confirmed via multiple law enforcement sources that the gunman has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. And right now, investigators combing through the social media, the online postings of the gunman here, determining exactly what timeline of events led up to the tragic incident that we saw today. Law enforcement officials have identified writings on the magazines of some of the weapons that were used by the gunman, hateful rhetoric, including words targeting the President of the United States, Donald Trump,
of course,
invoking the Holocaust and threatening the lives of children. It also appears that the mother of the gunman was a former employee of Annunciation, of the school, who had retired a couple of years back. And so initially authorities had said there was no clear connection between the gunman and the school itself. Now it appears as though the mother of the gunman does have a connection with
now there is a connection.
School. And as investigators try to piece together more details, more behind the motive of this individual, they're not only going to comb over the social media, they're also going to search the car, the vehicle of the gunman. We know that right now, law enforcement has ruled out a possible accomplice, but it is still very early in this investigation. They did sweep the vehicle that was parked outside of the church. They found no improvised explosive devices, despite initial indications that that might have been the case. They did find smoke bombs, fireworks, sort of rudimentary smoke bombs, that sort of thing inside that vehicle. In total, they are tracing 3 weapons. There's a pistol, as well as a rifle that has been taken from the scene, as well as a shotgun. And we know that that rifle was a semi-automatic weapon that witnesses on the scene described just a volley of bullets, almost all of which were fired outside of the church. And officials, law enforcement officials on the scene, saying that they were looking at casings outside of that church where students were gathered for mass, trying to get a sense of just how many shots were fired. You mentioned it earlier, and our associates at WCCO mentioned it, but right now we know that 17 are hospitalized, at least 14 of those children, including 2 that are in critical condition.
Well, and your new reporting right there nails down a couple of things: intention and connection. Of course, we know intention is now spelled out in what you mentioned relative to those magazine casings that are being found at the scene. And then connection. You know, earlier Scott McFarland said the framework the FBI uses to look into these things is to examine whether there was a connection between the shooter and the school. So now his mother, apparently a former employee of that school, Nicole. And so now we have a little bit.
This is all that's on, guys.
That.
Absolutely. And the next step, Reed, will be also determining how this individual got a hold of
I think
weapons,
they told her to
whether
wrap
they
it
were
up.
obtained legally or illegally.
I hear noises in the background.
Tracing those weapons, in addition to looking at the markings and the messaging on those weapons, trying to determine whether anyone else knew that this was clearly a troubled, a disturbed individual who was acquiring ammunition, acquiring these kinds of weapons, and planning for this attack. We do know, federal law enforcement sources has told me that the gunman had posted YouTube videos referencing their intentions as recently as just yesterday. So questions emerging about who might have known, regarding red flags. It's always very challenging in these situations, Reed, for federal law enforcement.
It is. So don't talk about
to
it, lady.
piece together, connect the dots. Should someone have known sooner? So certainly we're going to see investigators asking those questions, but it's very difficult. And in this case, we know that police have stated, the Minneapolis Police Department, that this is an individual who did not have a significant criminal record, but does appear to have broadcast their intentions in videos posted online prior to the shooting.
Huh.
Nicole Skanga, thank you so much for that. And as we look at the video that is coming from that scene and our team members who have been for hours reporting this story, we know that in addition to talking about the why this story happened and trying to figure out more about the motive of that shooter, potentially at this place, which we think could be one location that could be connected to the shooter, as we look at all of those moving parts, we remember that today is about the victims and those who are rushing to help the victims. Victims like little Weston, who heard the gunfire. Victims like Vincent, who took a bullet because he laid over Weston, the 5th grader, there in that sanctuary.
Really?
These are human stories in our local communities, and CBS News as an organization promises that we will continue covering this story, not only with an eye to solutions, but with an eye to those who are suffering. We now continue our coverage with Meg Oliver on CBS News 24/7.
No Proctor. Come on. Oh, well, come on now,
CBS
people.
Mornings is clearly fun.
All right.
Jill's here to tell us what it means
Commercials.
for you.
Watch a couple commercials.
So what's on the menu
Give them
today?
some ad revenue, right?
Weekdays at 7 on
That's what it's
CBS.
about.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
No, man.
No, it's going.
Did they really? Wow.
The stories of America.
I didn't think it was that bad.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Stay safe out there, Noodles.
This is CBS.
Here we go.
There's someone at the door, sir. I don't know if they're waiting for us. Oh, okay. Thank you.
How's the hockey doing? Chip. How's goalie? Doing good goalie or what? Yeah, not too happy. His lawyer.
So good afternoon. The time is now 1:59 p.m. We're back on the record. And Mr. Monahan, were you finished with your questions?
I am finished.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carly, do you have any redirect for Lieutenant Dwyer?
Yes, I do.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, good afternoon. Could I ask you first to please turn your attention to Respondents 18, Exhibit 18, page R0500. No, sir. All right, sir. Do you recall a series of questions under cross-examination where certain portions of your report here, portions of paragraph 21 were read to you? Yes. And you were asked if they were read accurately? Correct. All right, sir. For completeness, could we go to the fourth line down on page R0500, starting with the sentence regarding? Yes. See the word regarding? I do. All right. I'm going to read some of these sentences and just ask if I'm reading them correctly. So, regarding the information about the investigation that he texted, Trooper Proctor told investigators that he did not provide specifics besides the name of the decedent. While he may not have provided other specific case information to this friend group, he still provided information, including the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries that had not been released publicly. Did I read that correctly, sir? You did. And continuing at that same point with the next sentence. The comment Trooper Proctor sent about Ms. Reed being a, quote, whack job cunt, unquote, is an inappropriate and derogatory comment that shows Trooper Proctor had a personal dislike of Ms. Reed. Trooper Proctor testified that his comments were partially due to his emotions getting the best of him. Police officers have to act impartially and not based on emotion. However, police officers still experience emotions based on what they are exposed to. While this is understood, it is also understood that the emotions a police officer may feel about an individual are kept in check and their actions are based on reason and fact. Did I read that correctly, sir? You did. Continuing with the remainder of what you wrote in that paragraph, a few more sentences, sir. Did you also write, there is no evidence to show that Trooper Proctor's personal feelings influenced the actual evidence of the case, but the language used to describe Ms. Reed is offensive and created the appearance that he was not impartial. Did I read that correctly, sir? You did. Continuing. Trooper Proctor's comments about Ms. Reed, quote, excuse me, I'll restart that sentence. Trooper Proctor's comments about Ms. Reed having, quote, a weird Fall River accent, though, no ass, unquote, are inappropriate as they are a commentary on Ms. Reed's appearance and mannerisms. Again, these comments are offensive and created the appearance that he was not impartial. Trooper Proctor's comments, quote, she's got a leaky balloon knot, unquote, and, quote, leaks poo, unquote, are commentary on Ms. Reed's medical conditions. In his interview with investigators, Trooper Proctor acknowledged that the comments were unprofessional and regrettable. Not only are the comments offensive and unprofessional, but they are also medical issues that he disclosed to a group of people who were not privy to it. Did I read that correctly, sir? You did. And that was the complete portion of that paragraph, beginning with the word regarding and going all the way to the end of the paragraph. Correct. If I could ask you to turn your attention a few pages later to R0503. Do you see paragraph 30 on 0503, sir? I do. And it's fair to say you were also asked a series of questions about part of what you wrote in this paragraph. Yes. All right, I'm going to ask you to follow along, and I'm going to read aloud from this document, and you tell me if I read it fully and correctly, sir. After reviewing the testimony provided by Trooper Proctor related to the text messages about Ms. Reed that Trooper Proctor sent, as well as information he provided to investigators, and considering the ramifications of his actions, it is clear that Trooper Proctor's behavior was unprofessional. His actions created an image that he was not impartial in his dealings with Ms. Reed. It is entirely reasonable that a police officer may have personal feelings about an individual, but a police officer must act solely on fact and reason. While there is no evidence to show that the police actions taken by Trooper Proctor were directly influenced by his personal feelings about Ms. Reed, his conduct demonstrated that he acted in an unprofessional manner that was demeaning to Ms. Reed and cast the department into disrepute. Is that the entirety of that paragraph, sir?
It is.
Thank you. Now, sir, in the same set of documents, again, respondents' exhibits, the binder you have in front of you, could I ask you to please go to R481, please? R0481. I believe it is 15, sir. 15? Let me confirm, please. I said 15. Let me confirm, please.
It is 15.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. All right.
Okay, in there.
0481, sir, Exhibit 15. I want to ask you, before I refer you, first of all, what is Exhibit 15, just to clarify for everyone?
It is the transcript of the interview that we conducted with Trooper Proctor.
And this would otherwise be known as the OPIA interview conducted in this case?
Yes.
As part of your investigation?
Correct.
Okay. And I think earlier you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, this interview was audio recorded?
It was.
And it was also then reduced to this transcription as well?
Correct.
During the course of your entire investigation, not just this interview, when, if ever, did the discussion or the topic of the February 8th, 2024 meeting between Michael Proctor, his attorney, and members of the department, when, if ever, during your investigation, did that subject come up?
To me, during this interview.
All right. To your knowledge, or as in your training and experience, and given your entire knowledge of your entire investigation, is it your belief that this is the only place in your investigation where this subject came up?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to these pages of the transcript, starting with 0481, there's a series of questions, both by yourself as investigator, a fellow investigator, and counsel for Mr. Proctor on this page and the next two pages. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, sir. And referring you specifically to 481 through 483, this is the part that you were referring to where this subject came up, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. And just with respect to the introduction of the subject, starting with line 4 of 481, I'm going to read it aloud, and again, if you would tell me if I read it accurately, sir. Question. So you said on February 8th, 2024, you met with Attorney Staples and Kelly and DeStefano about the text messages. Was this a breakdown of all the text messages within your phone, or just what was brought up at trial, essentially? And then at line 9, the transcript indicates Attorney Moynihan says, this was in February of 20, and then it cuts off. And continuing with line 11, you state this was after the grand jury. In terms of lines 4 through 11, did I read that accurately?
You did.
All right. Continuing on, sir. The line 12 begins with a question after grand jury. Yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there's some back and forth between on lines 13 through 18. There's some back and forth and some crosstalk between yourself and Attorney Moynihan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And reading the portions of lines 15, 17, and then 19 through 22, your question that's next stated is effectively as follows. And again, please tell me if I misquote anything. Question, but I mean, now he knows what was brought up in trial, so what you learned at that meeting was it just a discussion of essentially what then came out in trial? Or was it about a lot of text messages, other text messages? Did I read that accurately?
You did.
Then, beginning with line 23, there's an answer from Michael Proctor. Answer. So that February meeting was after I testified at the federal grand jury. And it was a discussion about the messages, how they were unprofessional and how they could potentially be interpreted. We decided to go into content. I've ended there at midway through line 2. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And after Trooper Proctor indicated in that statement that he had decided to go into content, he takes it a different direction and says, I mean, we, Attorney DiStefano and I can't remember specifically what I shared, but they didn't really want to hear the full content at that time. We provided some examples, but we didn't go through like every single text. Did I read that portion of lines 2 through 7 accurately, sir?
Yes.
Then picking it up again with line 8, question. They didn't have a breakdown of every text. They just had what was presented at, and then your cutoff. And Mr. Proctor answers on line 10, not to my knowledge. I didn't know if they, and he's cut off, and there's some crosstalk. And picking up with line 12 with Trooper Proctor's answer, if, yeah, I don't know what was provided to them at, you know, what point. Did I read that accurately, sir?
You did.
All right, sir. And then on line 14, Attorney Moynihan, based on the transcript, interjects by saying, I have a question if you're done. Did I read lines 14 and 15 accurately?
You did.
And then the answer comes back from Detective Lieutenant Sweeney on line 16, yes, I'm done. And then the questions pick up in the transcript, starting on line 17. The questions now for this next portion are being are questions posed by Attorney Moynihan. Is that accurate according to the transcript?
Yes.
All right, beginning line 18, now under questioning from Attorney Moynihan. Question. At some point thereafter, did they get the specific text messages? Answer. Yes. My understanding is question. In March. Answer. Correct, sir. And then a question is interjected by a different participant, Detective Lieutenant Sweeney, on line 23. Who got the text messages? Question, again referring to Attorney Moynihan, the legal department. Then Detective Lieutenant Sweeney interjects another question on line 25. All of them? Did I read that accurately through line 25, sir?
You did.
All right, and the last few lines here, sir. Beginning at the top of 483, beginning with line 1. Question, again referring to Attorney Moynihan. That's what you were told, correct? Answer, yes. I was informed that by Attorney DiStefano that MSP Legal met with ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin was read in the full content of the messages. Then on line 6, sir, you interject. Yes, I think for clarification purposes, the department didn't receive anything. They were verbally told, and then you're cut off. Michael Proctor answers on line 9, correct. And your question continues, or your statement continues on line 10. What was the content of the messages? And on line 12, Michael Proctor answers, that's my understanding. Did I read that accurately, sir?
You did.
Other than that portion of the transcript and that portion of the interview, do you have any personal knowledge as you sit here, sir, of what took place in the meeting between Michael Proctor, his attorney, Michael DiStefano, Major Copenrath, and staff from State Police Legal? Do you have any knowledge of what took place in that meeting, other than what comes from this portion of the transcript on February 8th of 2024?
I do not.
Right. So in terms of questions that you were asked on cross-examination about, well, you weren't aware at the time, but you're now aware of that. Do you recall those questions, sir?
I do.
In that form?
Yes.
The answers you gave to those portions of the questions, or those questions posed to you on cross-examination, did those come from your personal knowledge or from essentially hearsay and rumor around the department?
It was from rumor.
All right. And those answers you gave to those questions, that was not based on any investigation that you performed. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right, sir. I want to switch topics now and ask you about a series of questions you were asked on cross-examination concerning the timing of the duty status hearing for Michael Proctor. Do you recall a series of questions on that subject?
I do.
All right, sir. I want to ask you, before getting into the specifics of the timing of duty status in this case, some general questions, if I may. First, you subjects of, based on your training and experience as an internal investigator for OPIA within the Massachusetts State Police, you subjects of internal investigations by OPIA have certain rights under the collective bargaining agreement and Massachusetts Department Rules and Regulations.
Yes.
All right. And in fact, during cross-examination, is it correct to say that you were asked a series of questions by counsel about some of those rights?
Yes.
You recall questions and answers related to due process rights of the subject of the investigation, things of that nature?
Yes.
All right, sir. Is it fair to say that some of those rights come into play once a subject is brought forward for a duty status hearing?
Yes. That'd be accurate.
Okay. And if they have their duty status changed, if a given member has their duty status changed, based on your training and experience, do some of those rights under the CBA and under Massachusetts State Police regulations kick in at that time?
Yes.
All right. And would one of those rights be presenting the subject with evidence of the misconduct that is the basis for the allegation so that they can defend themselves during the disciplinary process?
Yes.
All right. And you know that to be a right that subjects of internal investigation that you pursue have in your investigation?
Yes.
And you also know that Michael Proctor had that right as well as one of the subjects of one of your investigations.
Correct.
Did you, or to your knowledge, did anyone at the Department of Massachusetts State Police have documentation, physical evidence or documentary evidence of the alleged misconduct, the alleged text message misconduct, either at the meeting in February 8th of 2024, or the Colonel's meeting that you mentioned before, March 4th of 2024?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. And based on your understanding of the non-disclosure agreement that you described previously in your testimony, were you permitted to do anything with that information other than open an internal investigation at that time, meeting March 4th of 24?
No.
All right. Had any documentation as of March 4th of 2024, had any documentation been provided to you or to your knowledge, anyone else within the department, underlying the allegations of inappropriate and disparaging text messages by Michael Proctor?
No.
So there was no documentation provided to you?
Correct.
And you were the assigned investigator in that matter?
Correct.
Would, if documentation had been provided and shared with the department, would it have come to you as the assigned investigator?
Yes.
Based on your understanding of the NDA, were you allowed to share even the existence of the allegation of inappropriate text messages outside of the group of people who signed the NDA?
No.
When was the first time, sir, as the assigned investigator, when was the first time that you received information and details about that alleged misconduct by Michael Proctor via the text messages that allowed you to move forward with your investigation?
When Trooper Proctor testified at the criminal trial.
As you understood the NDA, sir, you were not in a position to move forward with your investigation until you received Michael Proctor's public testimony about his conduct.
Correct.
And the department could not bring Michael Proctor forward to relieve him of duty, whether it be restricted duty or suspension with or without pay. It could not do so until it could provide the subject with documentation to support the accusation of misconduct.
Yes.
All right, sir, I want to ask you about the charges. You were asked a series of questions about Article 5. Do you recall some questions about that, sir?
I do.
I ask that you go please to Article 5, which is Respondents 24.
No, sir.
All right, and for council and the commission's benefit, that's R0642 is the first page. All right, sir. You have, let's call it 0642 is the cover page, 0643 is the first page of content from Article 5.
Yes.
Could you read? It's a very short. It's a very short thing, but just 5.1. If you could read, not 5.1.1, just 5.1.
5.1 is titled Violation of Rules. Members and civilian employees shall not commit nor cause to be committed any acts or omit any acts which constitutes a violation of any Massachusetts State Police rule, regulation, policy, procedure, order, or directive.
All right, sir. And could I refer you then to R0644, the next page, specifically to 5.3. Do you see 5.3 general conduct?
I do.
Could you just read very briefly that one sentence, general conduct?
Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession. Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute.
Now I'd ask you to please, to drill down on this a little bit more. Please go to R0645. Which is page 3 of that particular document. You have 0645, sir?
I do.
All right, looking down at the bottom of 0645, 5.8 is titled unsatisfactory performance, is that right?
Yes.
And 5.8.1, could you read 5.8.1?
Yes. Members shall maintain sufficient competency to properly perform their duties and assume the responsibilities of their positions. Members shall perform their duties in such a manner as will maintain the highest professionally accepted performance standards in carrying out the functions and objectives of the state police.
So, could you then continue on to the next page, R0646, excuse me, R0646, 5.8.2. You were asked a series of questions about 5.8.2 in particular as well, is that right?
Correct.
Could you just read for us the complete text of 5.8.2, and then we'll have some follow-up questions.
Unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by a lack of knowledge of the application of laws required to be enforced, an unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks, the failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position, the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention, or by an absent without leave.
Thank you for reading that, sir. Series of questions for you about 5.8.2 in particular. Understanding your earlier testimony that you are not assigned responsibility for no charges are brought during the disciplinary process. You're only assigned to the investigation and to either sustain, not sustain, or exonerate on each individual allegation, factual allegation. Understanding that, sir, do you see the portion of 5.8.2 that says unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated, and then it proceeds from there?
I do.
All right, sir. Is your understanding that unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated? What follows is a list of possible ways in which 5.8.2 can be violated?
Yes,
All right, sir. It is not your understanding that is an exhaustive list.
correct.
All right, sir. With respect to the questions you were asked about 5.8.2, do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination where you were asked to go down and after each one of those clauses, each one of those sections under 5.8.2, you were asked, did you find any, effectively you were asked, did you find any evidence in your investigations to suggest that Michael Proctor violated this portion of 5.8.2? Do you recall that series of questions?
I do.
Did I characterize those fairly, sir?
Yes.
In your view?
Yes.
With respect to your answers to those questions on cross-examination, sir, can you explain how you were answering those questions? What did you mean by your answers? You did not find anything with regard to Michael Proctor's performance of his duties as a Massachusetts State Police detective assigned to Norfolk County.
Yes, so my investigation was focused on the allegations over the text messages. It was not on any aspects that Trooper Proctor took in furtherance of the criminal invest. So when I was answering those questions, I was referencing the fact that during my investigation, I learned nothing to suggest that any of his actions impacted any of the investigative steps taken during the invest.
All right, sir. Does it therefore follow from that testimony, sir, that you are saying that there's no evidence of a violation of 5.8.2 at all?
No.
Okay. With respect to, for example, in 5.8.2, failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position. With respect to that, going beyond just the specific investigative steps that you're aware of or became aware of during the course of your investigation, are you aware, based on the conclusions of your investigation and the evidence gathered, of a failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position in that broader sense of Trooper Proctor's duties?
Yes.
And earlier you asked, or you were asked a series of questions regarding your familiarity with Article 5, this document here, Exhibit 24. Do you recall being asked about your familiarity with Article 5 in general?
I do.
All right. And with respect to your familiarity with Article 5, it's fair to say that all members, not just internal investigators, are required to be familiar with Article 5. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
All right. With respect to all members being familiar with Article 5 and your knowledge of Article 5 in particular, sir, is there any portion of the sections we just read or any portion of Article 5 that says members shall conform in the following way, except when on a personal cell phone?
No.
Does it say except when texting with one's high school friends?
No.
Does it say except when you're stressed or angry at a suspect?
No.
All right, sir. I want to change gears, if I may, and ask you a series of questions with respect to the interview that you referenced earlier. The interview of Michael Proctor took place July 19th, 2024. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination from Attorney Moynihan about the timing of setting up that interview and specifically a conversation you had in conjunction with the duty status here?
I do.
All right, just to refresh everyone's recollection and the commission's recollection, what was the date of Michael Proctor's duty status hearing in this case?
It was the first.
Well, so the administrative leave went through on July 1st.
Yes, is that the 12th, I believe?
The administrative leave went through on July.
July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And the actual duty status hearing didn't occur, and based on scheduling issues, didn't occur until July 8th of 2024.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
With respect to July 8th in particular, do you recall a series of questions from Attorney Moynihan with regard to your attempts to speak with him at or around the same time as the duty status hearing and asking him to set up a time for Michael Proctor to come in and give the interview?
I do.
All right. And sir, you were also asked a series of questions about your motivations and the how much emphasis or how much importance you put on the timing of getting that interview done quickly.
Yes.
And you were also asked about how common it was, for example, for you to go to, for example, the counsel of a subject of an internal investigation at the duty status hearing in an effort to set up the duty to that's a terrible question, pardon me. I'll start over. Do you also recall a series of questions asking about how common it was for you to approach counsel for a member at a duty status hearing to set up the interview?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that it may have happened before, but it is somewhat unusual to do so.
Correct.
Can you explain why it happened in this case?
Yes. So typically, when someone gets their duty status altered, that typically happens at the beginning of the investigation. In this case, that did not happen. The investigation began in March. I learned of the content of his text messages when he testified in the trial in June. At that point, I started my analysis of the text messages to include the analysis of his pay station records as ABL. At the time of his duty status hearing, my investigation, the bulk of it had been completed. The only piece that I had left to do was to interview Trooper Proctor. So when I approached Attorney Moynihan, it was an effort to get that interview going.
Let me ask you a couple follow-up questions, if I may, there, sir. When you said you had completed every other step of your investigation except for the interview with Michael Proctor, did that include some of the exhibits we saw in your testimony yesterday? For example, your collection and analysis of the ADL data, your collection and analysis of the pay station reports, things of that nature?
Yes.
Those were all complete as of July 8th, 2024?
Yes.
In fact, every part of your internal investigation was complete as of July 8th, 2024, with the exception of the interview from Mr. Proctor?
Correct.
Was there any reason to wait to schedule the interview of Mr. Proctor, given that you were at that stage of your investigation on July 8th, 2024?
There was not.
All right, sir. Switching gears once again, I only have two more topics to ask you about. You were shown under cross-examination a series of emails that you shared with a fellow OPIA investigator, the chief of OPIA, Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, and Suzanne Caravaggio from the state police. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And there were a number of emails, including emails presented to you from July 17th of 2024 in particular. Do you recall those emails?
I do.
All right, sir. And do you recall being asked a series of questions by counsel for the appellant with regard to the different permutations or versions that your report went through in July, around the time of July 17th, 2024?
Yes.
And one of those, you were asked a series of questions about a new version of your report from the afternoon hours or the PM hours of July 17, 2024, that included preliminary recommendations as to each allegation as you put forward in that draft of the report at that time. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right, sir. And do you recall a series of questions about whether or not you had reached premature conclusions in this case?
Yes.
All right, sir. Commissioner, may I approach? I handed it up earlier in the hearing when this topic came up before. The two-page document, yes. May you have a copy? May I approach the witness with a copy?
Do you have an additional?
I do have an additional.
So are you going to submit this?
I was just going to ask Detective Lieutenant Dwyer to authenticate it, and then I would be offering it as an exhibit. Yes.
Please go.
Thank you. May I approach counsel and the witness? Sir, handing you a two-page document. Can you just take a look at that for me, please, and tell me if you recognize what you see there?
There's an email that I sent.
All right. And the date of this particular email is July 17, 2024, and specifically sent at 9:05 p.m. and 14 seconds?
Yes.
All right, sir. And if you could just look at both pages and tell me, based on your awareness and your personal knowledge, is this, do these 2 pages fairly and accurately reproduce the content of this email chain as it existed at that time?
Yes.
All right. I would ask that this be, would it be exhibit, respondents exhibit 37?
Can you tell me who Jeremy Sweetie is again?
Sir, would you please tell the commission who Jeremy Sweetie is?
He was a DOT that was assigned to PIA.
All right, sir. I'm going to refer this, I apologize.
I admit that is respondents exhibit 37.
Thank you. I'll now refer to it.
Thank you very much.
I'll now refer to it as exhibit 37, sir, for clarity. On exhibit 37, is it fair to say that this particular email was drafted after you had submitted within OPIA the new version of your draft, which contained those preliminary recommendations?
Yes.
Or preliminary conclusions, is that a fair way of putting it?
Yes.
Okay. And is exhibit 37, and specifically the 2 lines at the top that you added at 9:05 p.m. that evening, is that by way of explanation for the new version of the draft?
It is.
Could you please read aloud the entirety of those 2 lines, please?
Yes. Also, and obviously, the recommendations are only based on what we know so far, and it's just a draft. They may be changed based on what we learned from Proctor.
Now, sir, I want to move slightly ahead of exhibit 37, but related questions. The interview of Michael Proctor took place July 19th, less than 2 days later after this email was drafted.
Yes.
All right, sir. And as of July 19th of 2024, following the interview, did you take it upon yourself to conduct a summary and analysis of what Trooper Proctor told you and investigators in that interview?
I did.
Did you, in fact, update your report to include the content of what Trooper Proctor stated during that interview?
I did.
And did you also check the earlier versions that you had entered into the draft copy of the report, the boilerplate that you mentioned before? Did you check that for accuracy?
I did.
Did you also have occasion at that point to analyze and incorporate Michael Proctor's testimony into your findings and conclusions in your report?
I did.
Now, do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination about how the draft copy of your report existed as of July 17th, 2024, a couple days before the interview, and the final version as it ultimately ended up? Do you recall a series of questions about that?
Yes.
Do you recall questions specifically directed to you as to whether or not any of your recommendations changed after the interview with Michael Proctor?
I do.
All right. Can you tell us why none of those recommendations changed after the interview was complete?
Nothing was learned in the interview that changed the facts as we already had them. For the most part, Trooper Proctor had confirmed basically what he had testified to. So the sustained charges were kept. In addition, he also confirmed the charges that we did not sustain as well.
During your interview, did you have occasion to ask clarifying questions or additional questions that were not necessarily asked during his public trial testimony?
Yes.
And did you consider those questions of importance to you in your investigation?
Yes.
And with respect to those questions, were you seeking additional information and insight as to whether or not Trooper Proctor's, each individual allegation against Trooper Proctor was accurate?
Yes.
Or was supported by evidence?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to ask all of those questions and Trooper Proctor answered?
Yes.
All right. And did, in answering those questions and clarifying your questions as an investigator, in clarifying the answers to your questions as an investigator, did Michael Proctor give you in that interview any reason to change any conclusions that you had reached as a result of what you knew going into the interview?
No.
All right, so last topic, if I may. Under cross-examination, you were also asked a series of questions with regard to Michael Proctor sharing information about the active homicide investigation with individuals outside of law enforcement? Do you recall a series of questions about that?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall being asked if you looked into whether or not certain individuals knew certain facts as of, for example, the evening of January 29th, 2022 at around 10:30 p.m.?
I do.
And you recall stating in your testimony that it was not relevant to your investigation what the pre-existing knowledge of those other individuals was.
Correct.
Can you tell us why it wasn't relevant to your investigation? What they did or did not know at that time?
Because my investigation was focused on whether Trooper Proctor was authorized or not to send that information, not based on what someone already knew.
All right, sir. As a reminder to the commission, I know you touched on this in your direct examination. As a reminder to the commission, who or what is the entity legally charged in Massachusetts with all homicide and unattended death investigations in a given jurisdiction?
The DA's office.
All right, so the local DA's office of jurisdiction is the legal authority by state law.
Correct.
And are troopers assigned to district attorney's offices required to follow the lead of the district attorney or his or her designees in their office for homicide investigations?
Yes.
And does that include following the lead of the district attorney and his or her office as to what is shared publicly with the media?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying in the trial court?
I do.
Do you recall being asked a series of questions under cross-examination at the trial court on this particular topic?
I do.
And do you recall a series of questions designed to elicit from you whether or not you had any information about how public certain information was in the hours following the discovery of John D's body?
Yes.
As a result of being asked about that at the trial court, as the investigator in this matter, did you have occasion prior to today to go seek out additional information to nail down the timing of when the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office authorized release of certain information?
I did.
Sir, based on the information you tracked down from the source, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, when did that office first make a statement about providing any information about the discovery of the deceased John D's body?
I believe it was in the late afternoon of the 29th.
Based on the information provided by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and their provision of information publicly, did they, at that time, meaning the late afternoon of the 29th, did they confirm, for example, that the deceased was a Boston police officer?
I believe so.
Do you recall whether or not on the afternoon of the 29th that they had indicated there was an individual found outside the residence, they were taken to a hospital and pronounced dead?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Do you recall information received from Norfolk County that it was at 3:19 or thereabouts on January 30th before they confirmed that the decedent was a Boston police officer?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not, when they confirmed that to an outside source, to the public, that the individual was a Boston police officer, did they confirm the identity of the individual, meaning not just a Boston police officer, but specifically Boston police officer John O'Keefe? Did they confirm that at that time on the 30th?
They did not.
When was the first time that they confirmed additional details, including the identity of the decedent and the arrest of Peregrine?
It was on February 1st.
As part of that process, and as part of your investigation overall, did you have occasion to look for any information, one way or the other, as to whether or not Mr. Proctor, as of, for example, January 29th, 2022, was authorized by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to reveal what he did in those text messages?
Yes.
Did you find any information to suggest that Norfolk County had authorized him to reveal that information?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything, Mr. Martin?
Just a few Just to backtrack, DLT, Michael Proctor was not charged with dissemination of information, was he?
No, sir.
And regarding this non-disclosure agreement, do you have a copy of that?
I do not, sir.
Have you ever provided a copy of that to myself?
I am not.
And do you know if anyone has?
I am not aware of that, sir.
When was the last time you read it?
On March 4th.
And you weren't given a copy, I presume?
I don't recall, sir.
You ever recall having in your possession a copy of that NDA?
On March 4th, I did, yes.
Other than on March 4th.
Not that I can remember, sir.
And so on March 4th, I'm assuming correct me if I'm wrong, you've shown a copy of it?
Yes.
And you signed it?
Yes.
You read it before you signed it?
I did.
So your understanding today is what you recall from March 4th of 24, correct?
It is. It was a very clear understanding.
Yeah, and but you haven't seen that document since March 4th.
I am not, sir.
And that's, and as far as you know, it's never been provided to us.
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Now, as part of that process, numerous other people at that meeting were required to sign the NDA as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Law included.
I would assume yes, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Yes, sir.
And others, Major Caporath, et cetera.
I would assume yes.
And so they were aware of the contents of the text messages, and they were presumably precluded from disclosing them.
Again, I don't know if they're aware of the contents. All I know is that people in that room were aware of the existence of the text messages.
Now, you were shown what I believe is Respondent's Exhibit 26 a moment ago. If you could take a look at that, and its date stamp number. So I think it's 25. Article 5. I'll get to the date stamp. You can look at Respondent's Exhibits 643, which was shown a moment ago.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
And this is Article 5, correct?
It is.
And you were shown the category of discipline entitled unsatisfactory performance, correct? 5.8 on page stamp 645.
Yes, sir.
And you specifically read 5.8.1, correct?
I did.
And you told us that 5.8.2, first of all, that's what Michael Proctor was eventually charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
You told us earlier that you don't decide what charge Michael Proctor or any trooper is going to be charged with, correct?
Correct.
But you told us that 5.8.2, which is very clear and specific, only lays out possibilities of examples of unsatisfactory performance, right?
Can you ask that again?
You told us on redirect that 5.8.2, first of all, that's what Michael Proctor is charged with, correct?
Yes.
That only lays out possibilities. Recall telling us that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But 5.8.1 is pretty specific, is it not?
It is. Yes, sir.
And that's the category of unsatisfactory performance, which, as you read, members shall maintain sufficient competency to properly perform the duties and assume the responsibilities of their positions, correct?
Yes.
Members shall perform the duties in such a manner as will maintain the highest professionally accepted performance standards in carrying out the functions and objectives of the state police. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And could you go to Respondent's Exhibit 26, please?
I'm there, sir.
date stamp 0669.
I'm ready, sir.
So page 669, date stamp. You see 5.8.1 on the category of discipline and the consequential charge.
I do.
And 5.8.1, the section we just read, I think you were asked to read. What classification of discipline is that?
For 5.8.1, it's class C and D.
It could be class C or class D.
Correct.
And that's at the discretion of the department/colonel, correct?
Correct.
And so Michael Proctor, if he had been charged with 5.8.1 under the disciplinary guidelines, he could not be fired. Correct?
Under that one, yes, under 5.8.1.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you?
I'm well, ma'am. How are you?
So I have a few questions for you. Just I'll begin with asking about your background. When did you first join the state police?
In 2004.
And what were your first assignments?
My first assignment was out of the Leominster Barracks.
And you were just a trooper?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And how did your career advance after that?
From the Leominster Barracks, I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit of Worcester County for about 6 years.
You say that slowly. State
The
Detective
State
Unit?
Police Detective Unit for Worcester County.
Worcester County, okay. Okay.
From there, I was assigned to the High Risk Victim Unit for about 4 years.
That was also in Worcester?
It was a statewide unit.
Okay. And what year did you begin that?
It would have been 2016, I believe.
So you were in Leominster for how long?
A little over 5 years.
So then,
About 5 years approximately.
so then in 2009, you went to the Worcester County.
I was beginning of 2010, I believe.
And then after you left the high risk unit, where'd you go next?
From there, I went to it's called the Public Response Unit.
And that's also statewide?
It's a statewide, well, it's a unit that's based at headquarters.
Which is where?
In Framingham.
So please no acronyms and just
I apologize.
give me all the late for this. What year did you go to the public response unit? What year was that?
2020.
And you attended the State Police Academy?
I did, yes.
And Lieutenant Dwyer, what is your level of education? Where'd you go to school?
College.
College. Did you do an advanced degree?
No.
And when you joined, when you were at the police academy and after, have you had any trainings since you were hired?
On the state police?
Yes.
Yes.
Investigative trainings and
Yes.
internal affairs trainings?
Yes.
Can you
Yes,
please describe those?
there's been numerous invest trainings when I was in the detective unit for crime scenes, homicide trainings. I've been trained in sexual assault investigations, human trafficking investigations, multiple IA investigations. There's doing a bunch over the years, but those are the ones that stand out to me now.
When did you become a detective lieutenant?
In 2021.
All right. So I just would like to go over some of the work you did on this matter. So I'll ask you please to turn to Exhibit 19.
The respondent or the appellant?
The appellant, Exhibit 19. So this is case stamp appellant 107.
You said 19, ma'am?
Yes, so it's date stamp page 107.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is dated June the 26th.
Correct.
So is this product the result of your first draft?
No.
First, what exactly?
No, ma'am. This product was a result of watching Trooper Proctor's testimony at the trial and the notes that I took. This was generated just to draft an idea of what the possible violations would have been.
And this, there was another exhibit where you took the notes as well. This was based on that exhibit where you submitted on just notes?
So those notes probably weren't finalized until after that one. It was this draft here was probably based off of all the hand notes that I took.
All right. Someone tell me which exhibit was detective's notes on watching the testimony?
I apologize. I believe it was respondents 8.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes. Respondents 8. So you testified earlier that you made those notes respondents exhibit 8, and then this letter later after watching the testimony?
No, ma'am. The notes that are the exhibit, I don't know exactly when they were created, but they were most likely created after I had drafted that document.
The notes from the video, from watching the live stream?
Yes, the notes are the exhibit. That was my final drafts. It was 2 days of testimony.
Yes.
So I spent 2 days just writing notes down. That is not what is Exhibit 8. The Exhibit 8 is me compiling all the notes that I took while watching the trial. I also generated this document here from the handwritten notes that I took from watching the trial.
So I'll just ask you to look at paragraph number 2, which is on page 107.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have at the end of that paragraph that the conduct identified in that paragraph could be, your very last sentence says, this could be a potential violation of rules and regulations 5.23.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe we said earlier that 5.23 was dissemination of information.
Yes, ma'am.
So I believe that is in respondents 24. You can turn to that, please. So that's page 652, respondents, page 652.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you look at these, it looks like it goes to about 10 sections, 5.231 through 5.2310. Which section were you considering that this could be a potential violation of?
So I'm not qualified to pick which section it is. The purpose of this document was just to highlight the possible violations. So when I pointed out 5.23, I was referencing the fact that those texts could fall under one of those subcategories in the greater category of 5.23.
Okay, so who would be qualified to decide which section it would be after you draft this?
The personnel that are involved in the process to decide discipline. That would be the DST command staff, the legal section, the prosecutor, among others.
But if you can just please look at page 652.
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at those sections, I mean, they're quite, I would say, different kinds of acts. Which ones would you think would match that conduct of the text messages being sent out to different people?
I mean, I don't know if I'm qualified to make that call.
How'd you choose 5.23?
So I knew that he was sharing information, which would be the dissemination of information. So I know that the broader category, 5.23, the overall one, is the dissemination of information. It would be up to the person who decides the actual charges to go through that category and pick the specific subcategory.
So at the time that you wrote this document, who did you think would be the person to decide that?
So this document was not designed to recommend charges.
Mm-hmm.
This document was just to let my bosses know this is the violation that occurred. These are what the possible violations may be once the invest is done. This document was generated well before a report was done, or I was near the end of the invest.
All right. The same thing on paragraph 3, the same page. The last line says this could be a potential violation of policy and procedure ADM-47 bias-based policing and ADM-18 unlawful harassment / sexual harassment.
Yes.
And what made you choose those?
Again, based on the nature of the text messages, I was just making sure that I encompassed all possible violations. Again, this document was not meant as a recommendation for possible charges. This was just to document what the possible violations may be as the invest moves forward.
And then on paragraph 4, if you turn the page, the last sentence, this could be a potential violation of rules and regulations 5.10.4.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your consideration of including that? It's page 108, paragraph 4.
Let's look at the appropriate rule. Because that one specifies that they shall not consume alcoholic beverages. So that one was pretty simple to bend down.
So that was one you decided on your own?
There was no other option for that one, yes.
Thank you. So, another question I had is, when you're investigating the issue of the text messages and dissemination, did you consider, did you view it as multiple violations?
I did.
Or one violation?
Multiple violations.
How many violations do you think occurred?
Well, so there were 4 separate text conversations. So I viewed each text conversation as its own incident.
So would you consider them, so you're looking at them as 4 separate, so basically 4 separate chains?
Correct.
4 separate dates?
Multiple dates.
Multiple dates.
Correct.
So you were looking at them as more than one offense then? It would it be a first offense? How did you look at it?
For charging purposes?
Yes.
I don't make that comment.
I just want to look at one more item. Do you recall this morning that Mr. Moynihan went over with you potential charges that you received from Ms. Kavaji?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall that he described that, if you could turn to exhibit, it's actually Bates stamped 172, I believe it's exhibit 32, appellant's exhibit 32.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is where we have to look at more than one exhibit to get the information. I believe it's also respondent exhibit 26. danger of double-sided copies. So respondents exhibit 26. You see on page 667,
I do.
so there are classes of guidelines,
Yes.
A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
And do you recall this morning when Mr. Moynihan went through dissemination information, which is 5.23
Yes, ma'am.
and 2, and he went through each clause with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that for a first offense, that 5.232 is a class C,
Yes.
and that for a first offense, if you look on page 667, it's a written reprimand up to and including suspension for not more than 5 days,
Correct.
and that's for a first offense.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not gonna look at the alcohol, the 5.10.4, but on the unsatisfactory performance, which is 5.8.2,
Yes, ma'am.
which was terms of class A. And do you recall that under the first offense, a suspension of not less than 30 days, but up to and including termination for a first offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carley and Mr. Moynihan, was there an ADM 47 admitted as one of the articles?
I don't believe so. It was produced in December, but I don't believe I was part of the market.
Yeah, it got mentioned in one of the exhibits, but it wasn't submitted. That's fine. I just know, I know I read it somewhere. Okay.
I apologize, I don't believe it was marked, but I would be happy to provide it.
Yeah, because it is mentioned, and I was just wondering what it said. So I think that was the ADM 47 that's mentioned. It's mentioned in Exhibit A19 in paragraph 3. And that's what I was trying to figure out what it was. So if one of you could submit that. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, thank you very much, Detective Lieutenant.
Thank you, ma'am.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Only with regard to the Commission's request for ADM 47, which I'm happy to provide.
Yes.
As the Commission may be aware, the Department's policies and regulations go through multiple versions over the years. Is there an effective date, or is there a date range that I should target? I'm happy to submit multiple if necessary.
Well, I would be interested in the one in effect on the date of the letter, which is June 26, 2024. And if it's overly, and actually the second one as well, there's 2 of them, ADM 18, unlawful harassment / sexual harassment. So they're 2 documents.
I'll produce both that were effective on that date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any further questions for the Lieutenant?
I just believe, I'm just curious if the department's resting. They didn't want to make this thing.
Right, I think I'm just saying,
I don't have any.
based on the questions I just asked, I guess that is what I meant. Do you have anything further for your comment?
Nothing for this witness. No.
Mr. Moynihan, you're rested as well?
I have nothing else for this witness.
Okay. Well, Detective, you've had a long day, and thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're excused. Yes. If you 2 may please approach.
Hey, everybody. He wrote the freaking diary in Russian? Why the hell would he do that? Oh, my goodness. Did they say that this is coming back? Did I hear them say they're coming back? They're coming back to go till 4:30, right? Is that what they said? I didn't catch it. Go back here. Go backwards. Mhm.
Good afternoon again. So the time is now 3:12. We're going to adjourn until October 21st, 2025, and we'll meet back here at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. I'm going to stop.
There we go. I'm just saying it was kind of a waste to come back to that. Just like, boom, come back again in October. So, like, what can we really do from now until then, right? It's frustrating, isn't it? Crazy town. So, I hope tomorrow we have a less stressful day, right? You go home tonight, hug your loved ones, let them know that tomorrow's not always there, and that you're proud to have them right then and there with you. With that said, I hope you all have a wonderful night. Donna, yes, thank you very much, Donna. You sent that, didn't you? You sent that yesterday. Matter of fact, that was you. Yes. Um, okay. Yeah, Donna, thank you so very much. Thank you everybody who's been here today and yesterday. And maybe we'll catch you guys in the morning. Do a show in the morning. We'll see what happens. See what time I get up. Um, but with that said, prayers for Boston Mike. That's all. That's all we can do is pray for Mikey, right? And the Minnesota families. They all need prayers. All right, Donna and everyone else. Noodles and Mary. Donna and everybody who's here. You guys all know who's here. Thank you all for being here, and we will definitely catch you probably tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but we'll catch you soon. Thank you all for being here. Have a great night.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fighting the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.